Few monarchical endings in European history match the tragic deterioration witnessed in the final years of England's most controversial sovereign. The once magnificent Tudor ruler, celebrated throughout Europe for his physical splendor and intellectual capabilities, experienced a decline so profound and revolting that contemporary accounts remain disturbing even across the centuries. Born in the summer of 1491, this second Tudor sovereign ascended to power as a 17-year-old youth blessed with extraordinary attributes. Contemporary diplomatic correspondence describes a sovereign of impressive stature, auburn locks and regal bearing, a paragon of princely virtues by Renaissance standards. Foreign envoys marveled at his athletic prowess, scholarly accomplishments and majestic countenance. The watershed moment in this monarch's physical decline occurred during a January 1536 tournament. At 44, the sovereign suffered a catastrophic equestrian accident when his mount collapsed beneath him. Though surviving the incident, the king remained insensate for hours. The resulting trauma to his lower extremity developed into a persistent, suppurating wound that would plague him for the remainder of his existence. This festering injury emitted such repulsive effluvia that courtiers could detect the sovereign's approach well before his physical appearance. For a monarch pathologically concerned with projecting strength and virility, this condition represented an excruciating humiliation. Court etiquette demanded that attendants endure the noxious emanations without revealing any discomfort, lest they face royal retribution. The timing of this accident coincided with increasingly erratic behavior. Within months, his second consort faced execution on dubious accusations, a conjunction that has prompted scholarly speculation about possible traumatic brain injury exacerbating pre-existing psychological instabilities. With mobility severely compromised, the sovereign's physique underwent dramatic transformation. His previously athletic frame succumbed to extreme corpulence, with his circumference expanding dramatically. Royal architects needed to modify palace doorways to accommodate his girth, and specialized mechanical contrivances became necessary to transport him between royal apartments. The court's culinary records reveal a profoundly unhealthful regimen. Daily caloric consumption approached 5,000, dominated by animal proteins with minimal plant matter. Multiple varieties of meat dishes accompanied by prodigious quantities of fermented beverages constituted standard fare. This nutritional pattern, combined with enforced sedentary habits, accelerated his physiological collapse. Medical interventions exacerbated his condition. Contemporary physicians employed treatments now recognized as counterproductive. Cauterization with heated implements, application of toxic elements including mercury compounds, and regular phlebotomy that further compromised his weakened constitution. The deteriorating wounds eventually exposed osseous structures through necrotic tissue. At 49, the increasingly infirm sovereign wed a teenaged aristocrat, characterizing the union as rejuvenating. The reality proved grotesque. The young consort, repulsed by her malodorous, disfigured spouse, sought comfort elsewhere. The inevitable discovery prompted predictable consequences for both the young woman and her paramour. His final marital arrangement functioned more as caretaking arrangement than romantic partnership. His last queen demonstrated remarkable dedication considering the well-known fates of her predecessors. Contemporary medical scholarship suggests multiple concurrent pathologies, metabolic disorders including diabetes, inflammatory arthritis, cardiovascular disease and hypertension. Some researchers have proposed tertiary syphilis, though this diagnosis remains contentious among modern historians. This constellation of ailments transformed his existence into unremitting torment. Period accounts describe alternating states of excruciating agony, during which the sovereign berated all in proximity, and profound melancholia characterized by extended catatonic episodes. Psychological deterioration paralleled physical suffering. The formerly astute statesman developed increasing paranoid ideation, executing longtime advisors and companions based on unfounded suspicions. Court atmosphere grew oppressive as innocuous comments or misinterpreted expressions could trigger allegations of sedition. A prominent aristocrat faced execution barely a week before the sovereign's own demise. Pathological fear of poisoning necessitated elaborate security protocols. Every consumable required preliminary tasting, and eating implements underwent meticulous examination. This fixation potentially stemmed from neurological deterioration or transient ischemic episodes. As mortality approached, the sovereign's condition became virtually unbearable. Mobility ceased entirely despite assistance. Necrotic infection spread throughout his lower extremities, intensifying the already overwhelming stench. Courtiers resorted to scented handkerchiefs while maintaining compulsory attendance. During the winter of 1546-47, Septic processes accelerated his decline. Respiratory distress increased, accompanied by febrile delirium. Witnesses reported the sovereign muttering the names of deceased consorts during these episodes, particularly the mother of his sole legitimate male heir, and possibly the mother of his most famous successor. Remarkably, despite his obviously terminal condition, no courtier dared acknowledge impending royal mortality. English statutes classified such prognostication as treasonous. Medical attendants maintained the pretense of possible recovery even as decomposition began while the sovereign still drew breath. On January 27, 1547, recognizing his imminent end, the sovereign summoned the archbishop. Unable to vocalize, he confirmed his Christian faith through a final hand gesture. The following morning at 55, the once mighty sovereign expired. Death brought no dignity. His enormous corpse required specialized funerary arrangements. Contemporary embalming practices, primarily evisceration and cavity filling with aromatic substances, proved woefully inadequate. Perhaps the most degrading episode occurred as the royal remains awaited interment at a prestigious abbey. The inadequately sealed casket began leaking cadaveric fluids onto consecrated ground. Contemporary chroniclers recorded that nocturnal scavengers consumed these effluvia, a profoundly ignominious epilogue for a sovereign whose identity centered on divine authority and regal splendor. The funeral finally proceeded nearly 3 weeks after death. Despite the unbearable stench emanating from the casket, ceremonial protocols proceeded as required for a monarch of such significance. Interment occurred alongside the mother of his male heir, the only consort to provide the dynastic continuity that had motivated many of his most controversial decisions, including the ecclesiastical rupture with Rome. Ironically, his precious male heir governed briefly before succumbing to illness at 15. The throne subsequently passed to his first daughter, whose mother he had repudiated, and then to his second daughter, whose mother he had executed. This latter offspring would establish England's most celebrated monarchical epoch. The appalling demise of this Tudor sovereign offers profound meditation on power's limitations. A monarch who positioned himself above ecclesiastical and secular authority, who reconstructed national religious identity and dispensed with human lives at whim, ultimately succumbed to corporeal frailty. As noted historian Alison Weir observed, few historical paradoxes match the transformation of this sovereign from exemplary Renaissance prince to grotesque caricature, feared rather than beloved, progressively consumed by physical agony and mental instability. The dissonance between the sovereign's magnificent official portraiture and his actual physical deterioration represents one of history's most striking contrasts between public mythology and private reality. His remarkable political legacy establishing English ecclesiastical independence continues to shape modern society, while his personal end reminds us of universal mortality.
Why you wouldn't last 24 hours in the Dark Ages. Contemplating time travel to the medieval period, often colloquially termed the Dark Ages, invites romanticized notions that quickly dissipate when confronted with historical reality. The period, spanning approximately the 5th to 15th centuries, presented extraordinary challenges to human survival that contemporary individuals would find nearly insurmountable. Among the foremost concerns of daily existence was the omnipresent threat of interpersonal violence. Medieval communities operated with minimal formal peacekeeping structures, leaving dispute resolution predominantly to individuals. Historical records document extensive instances of assault, homicide, and various forms of physical confrontation. Justice systems functioned primitively, with outcomes frequently determined by physical dominance rather than evidentiary consideration. The concept of might makes right prevailed across social strata, as individuals defended their meager possessions, livestock, and territorial claims. Documentary evidence from various European regions indicates that violence manifested in numerous contexts. While specific accounts from the earliest medieval period remain sparse, historians generally conclude that interpersonal violence remained consistent throughout the entire medieval era. Urban environments witnessed frequent unrest among the common populace, occasionally escalating to organized resistance against authority figures. The Flemish Peasant Revolt 3023-3028, occurring in what constitutes modern northern Belgium, exemplifies such prolonged civil disturbance. Intergenerational blood feuds constituted another violent tradition, particularly among nobility. Welsh aristocratic history demonstrates how political rivals might suffer blinding castration or execution over property disputes or succession conflicts. Violence transcended class boundaries, affecting all societal elements. Religious intolerance presented another significant hazard. Medieval European societies predominantly adhered to Christian doctrine, treating divergent beliefs as heretical offenses. Jewish and Muslim communities experienced systematic persecution and violence. Major military campaigns such as the First Crusade 1096-1099 specifically targeted non-Christian populations. English history records severe anti-Semitic violence during the late 12th century, culminating in the 1290 expulsion decree by Edward I. Non-believers faced severe consequences, with heresy punishments ranging from exile to capital punishment, frequently through immolation. The 1525 execution of Roman Catholic priest Jan de Backer in Holland exemplifies the brutal enforcement of religious orthodoxy. Geographic mobility presented extraordinary challenges. Medieval infrastructure existed minimally, making travel arduous and perilous. River crossings proved particularly hazardous. Historical accounts document numerous drowning fatalities, including Holy Roman Emperor Frederick I during the Third Crusade in 1190. Even established structures offered limited safety, as evidenced by the catastrophic 1450 Sant'Angelo Bridge collapse in Rome that claimed approximately 200 lives. Maritime travel offered little improvement. Vessels relied on rudimentary navigation techniques, employing single sails or human-powered oar systems. Inclement weather rendered navigation nearly impossible without modern navigational tools, and storms frequently proved catastrophic. While nautical technology gradually improved throughout the medieval period, early medieval seafaring remained exceptionally hazardous. Accommodations for travelers existed sparsely. Without established hospitality networks, many travelers resorted to unsheltered outdoor sleeping arrangements, potentially fatal during winter months. Medical emergencies while traveling frequently proved terminal, as access to healthcare remained severely limited between settlements. Group travel provided marginal safety improvements but introduced additional complications. While offering nominal protection against solitary bandits, traveling parties remained vulnerable to organized highway robbery or internal betrayal. Resource scarcity, particularly food and potable water, presented continuous challenges unless travelers located monasteries or inns along their routes. Nutritional security remained tenuous throughout medieval society. Agricultural dependence rendered communities vulnerable to climate fluctuations and crop failures. Famine occurred cyclically throughout the period, forcing consumption of substandard food sources including mildew grain, undomesticated vegetation, and tree bark in extreme circumstances. Malnutrition weakened immune responses, creating susceptibility to infectious disease. Post-famine disease outbreaks frequently devastated populations already weakened by nutritional deficiency. Tuberculosis, smallpox, typhoid, influenza, mumps, and gastrointestinal infections including dysentery claimed countless lives. Contemporary immune systems, unaccustomed to these pathogens, would provide minimal resistance to medieval disease vectors. Transportation efficiency remained extraordinarily limited by modern standards. Pedestrian travelers typically covered 15 to 25 miles daily, equestrian travelers 20 to 30 miles, and maritime vessels 75 to 125 miles under favorable conditions. Communication challenges compounded travel difficulties as regional linguistic variations created substantial barriers for travelers unfamiliar with local dialects. Perhaps most significantly, medieval populations contended with dramatically reduced life expectancy compared to contemporary standards. Sudden premature mortality occurred regularly across all social classes, attributable to inadequate sanitation, infectious disease, malnutrition, armed conflict, and environmental hazards. Even minor injuries or infections, trivial by modern medical standards, frequently proved fatal. The medieval period, while fascinating from historical perspective, presented a phenomenally hostile environment for human survival that modern individuals, acclimated to contemporary sanitation, healthcare, transportation systems, and rule of law, would find virtually uninhabitable, even for brief periods.
What couldn't owners do to slaves in ancient Rome? The popular conception of Roman slavery often suggests absolute dominion, masters wielding unrestricted authority over their human property. While this perception contains substantial truth, the historical reality reveals a more nuanced picture. Throughout Rome's 12th century history, the institution evolved considerably, with varying degrees of restriction on the master's authority. According to historical accounts from Dionysius of Halicarnassus, the institution of slavery likely existed from Rome's earliest days, with Romulus reportedly permitting citizens to sell their children into bondage. The relationship between master and servant during the monarchy and early republic differed markedly from later periods. In Rome's infancy, when it was merely a modest settlement, economic disparities remained relatively modest. Affluent Romans typically maintained small agricultural estates where they labored alongside a limited number of servants. This proximity fostered more personal relationships between masters and their human property. Working beside someone daily naturally constrained excessive brutality. Additionally, early Rome's geography offered practical limitations on a master's power. Neighboring settlements provided accessible refuge for mistreated individuals, creating a pragmatic incentive for reasonable treatment. As Rome expanded through conquest, however, the demographic composition shifted dramatically. By the 5th century BCE, approximately 1/5 of the population existed in servitude, fundamentally altering social dynamics. The growing distance between master and servant, combined with increasing numbers, contributed to deteriorating conditions for those in bondage. Throughout the Republican period, no formal legal restrictions curtailed a master's authority. The only theoretical check on abuse came through censors, officials who possessed the authority to enter households and intervene in cases of excessive cruelty. However, this authority represented a discretionary power rather than an obligation. Censors served only 18 months every 5 years, leaving extended periods without even theoretical oversight. Moreover, those in bondage lacked legal standing to request assistance. Only free citizens could report mistreatment. Historical records from the 4 centuries between the establishment of the censor's office and the imperial era contain no documented instances of censorial intervention on behalf of the enslaved. While absence of evidence doesn't definitively prove it never occurred, it strongly suggests such interventions were exceedingly rare. The imperial period introduced modest legal protections. 2 notable incidents illustrate imperial intervention. Emperor Augustus reportedly freed a servant condemned to death for accidentally breaking a crystal goblet at a banquet, and Emperor Hadrian exiled a Roman matron for 5 years after she severely beat a female servant over a trivial matter. However, these remained exceptional cases rather than standard practice. Gradually, modest legislative reforms emerged. Around the turn of the millennium, the Lex Aelia Sentia and Lex Fufia Caninia established regulations regarding manumission. Under Emperor Claudius, abandoning an ill servant who subsequently recovered independently resulted in automatic freedom. Masters were also legally obligated to provide proper burial for deceased servants. The Lex Petronia of 61 CE prohibited sending servants to battle wild animals without judicial approval. Emperors Domitian and Hadrian banned castration. In 1601 CE, Emperor Antoninus Pius criminalized unjustified killing of servants, though this applied only to deliberate acts like stabbing or intentional fatal violence. Deaths resulting from standard punishments like excessive whipping remained permissible. By 319 CE, Constantine's legislation further equated intentional killing of a servant with homicide of a free person. Classical Roman law developed 4 standard contractual clauses that could be included in purchase agreements. Ne manumittator prohibited the buyer from freeing the purchased individual. Et manumittator required the buyer to free the individual after a specified period. Et expertator obligated the buyer to remove the individual from a specific location. Nem prostitutator expressly prohibited forcing female servants into prostitution. These protections remained attached to the individual even through subsequent sales. Violations could result in penalties specified in the original contract or later under Constantine automatic freedom. Notably, while prostitution received specific contractual protection, no equivalent clauses existed for other potentially exploitative occupations. Despite these modest legal constraints, the fundamental reality remained harsh. Roman jurisprudence clearly indicated that these restrictions aimed not at humanitarian concerns but at preserving social order and preventing wasteful destruction of property. The most effective protections applied only when explicitly included in purchase agreements by previous owners. Even during periods of progressive reform, Roman jurisprudence fundamentally viewed the enslaved as instrumenta vocaia, speaking tools rather than persons deserving inherent rights. The limited restrictions that existed primarily served to prevent unnecessary damage to valuable assets rather than to acknowledge human dignity. The gradual evolution of these legal boundaries across 12 centuries demonstrates how Roman society slowly developed constraints on absolute power, though ultimately failing to challenge the fundamental injustice of the institution itself. The Assyrian Empire: origins, rise, and collapse. The first genuine imperial power in recorded history emerged from a modest beginning along the Tigris River. The Assyrian civilization, originating from Semitic peoples who migrated northward from the Arabian Peninsula during the gradual desertification process in the late 3rd millennium BCE, would eventually establish dominance across vast territories of the Near East. The ancestral Assyrians established settlements near the middle course of the Tigris, most notably Nineveh, Arbela, modern Erbil, and Ashur. For centuries, these urban centers existed as subordinate states to the more sophisticated civilizations of southern Mesopotamia, functioning initially under the authority of various dominant powers including Sargon's realm and Hammurabi's dominion. Strategically positioned along commerce routes connecting southern Mesopotamia with Anatolia, the city of Ashur evolved from a simple waypoint into a prosperous commercial nucleus. Assyrian merchants established trading outposts throughout Anatolia, with Karum-Kanesh becoming their most significant foreign market. These traders facilitated the exchange of lapis lazuli, Elamite tin and Babylonian copper westward, while transporting timber, woolen fabrics and precious metals eastward. The prosperity generated through commerce enabled Ashur to achieve independence from Babylonian control around the 19th century BCE. Significantly, Ashur functioned not merely as a city name but also as the designation of their supreme deity, a martial god associated with combat victory and judicial authority. Unlike other Mesopotamian city-states where patron deities were clearly distinguished from urban centers, for early Assyrians, the god Ashur personified the very foundation upon which their city stood. Early Assyrian governance operated under an unusual system. The deity Ashur was considered the true sovereign, with the human ruler serving merely as his earthly representative. This ruler's authority was constrained by a council of elders, and an annually elected official called the Limu, who headed the council and managed financial affairs. Any consequential decisions required council approval, and funding necessitated the Limu's authorization. Between the 18th and 17th centuries BCE, this period of limited monarchical power concluded as Anatolian instability disrupted trade networks. Assyrian trading colonies were destroyed, Ashur lost its commercial prominence and Babylonian control was reimposed. The region subsequently became a battleground between Babylonian and Hittite forces, culminating in Babylon's capture in 1531 BCE. Following Babylon's downfall, Kassite tribes from the Iranian plateau seized control of Babylonia, yet Assyrian independence remained elusive. Concurrent with these events, Hurrian peoples from the Armenian highlands migrated into present-day Syria, establishing several states with Mitanni emerging as the dominant power. For nearly 2 centuries Ashur remained a Mitanni vassal state, nominally independent but with dismantled fortifications and Mitanni representatives overseeing its governance. Assyria regained independence during the 15th and 14th centuries BCE, when King Ashur-bel-Nisheshu exploited Mitanni's internal conflicts to rebuild city defenses. Later Ashur-uballit expelled Mitanni diplomats, proclaimed himself monarch, and sought Egyptian support against Mitanni. With independence came an ideological shift. Assyrians no longer viewed themselves as merely a city-state but as a territorial power. Their domain was now conceptualized as Mat Ashur, land of Ashur, and King Adad-Nirari I adopted the title King of the Universe rather than simply King of Assyria. Royal titles increasingly emphasized military achievements, with Merapish-Mishri, expander of borders, becoming a central designation. Assyrian religious doctrine evolved simultaneously, the god Ashur's status elevated from city patron to supreme deity. If Ashur ruled over all gods, then logically Assyria's king was destined to rule over all earthly sovereigns. Territorial expansion became a divine mandate, the fulfillment of Ashur's celestial will. The Assyrians pioneered numerous military innovations that transformed ancient warfare. They developed cavalry as a distinct military unit, initially deploying mounted archers and later introducing heavy shock cavalry. Their advancements in siege warfare were revolutionary. They engineered effective battering rams against mud brick fortifications, deployed siege towers with archers, and excavated tunnels beneath defensive walls. While contemporary armies typically relied on prolonged sieges to force surrender through starvation, Assyrian forces mastered direct assault techniques against heavily fortified positions. Equally significant was their establishment of the first comprehensive postal system, enabling effective administration across vast territories. Previous empires struggled to maintain control over distant regions, typically leaving conquered territories semi-autonomous while paying tribute. Assyrian monarchs revolutionized imperial governance by stationing garrisons and appointing governors in conquered cities, maintaining supervision through regular reports delivered via postal networks. To facilitate rapid troop movements and ensure uninterrupted communication, the Assyrians constructed an extensive network of paved roadways, among the earliest such infrastructure projects in human history. Assyrian military campaigns reached unprecedented levels of brutality under King Ashur-sirpal II. His conquests were characterized by extraordinary violence as described in his own inscriptions. After capturing the city, I executed numerous warriors, I decapitated combatants and constructed a pyramid of skulls and corpses before the city gates.
I created a tower of living victims by impaling young men on stakes surrounding the city while casting young women into flames. Thus I demonstrated my mighty power and the terror of my authority. When Ashur-sirpal's forces captured settlements, horrific executions became standard practice. Prisoners faced beheading, dismemberment, flaying, impalement, crucifixion, live burial, drowning, or immolation. This strategy of intimidation proved immediately effective. Many kingdoms surrendered without resistance, too terrified to oppose Assyrian forces. However, this policy ultimately proved counterproductive. While it generated immediate fear, it cultivated profound, lasting hatred. Nearly every neighboring society came to not merely dread Assyrian power but to despise it intensely. Though Ashur-sirpal's successors moderated these practices, Assyria's reputation for ruthless brutality persisted indelibly. Rather than extinguishing resistance, the terror policy eventually catalyzed it. When internal discord erupted within Assyria, subjugated populations rose in rebellion across multiple fronts. In the north, victims of Assyrian aggression united to form Urartu. In the west, two powerful confederations of Aramean tribes emerged, and in Babylonia, anti-Assyrian uprisings became commonplace. Assyria was rescued from potential collapse by Tiglath-Pileser III, who seized power through military coup in 745 BCE. He implemented comprehensive military reforms that significantly strengthened Assyrian forces. Previously, the military consisted primarily of citizen militia responsible for providing their own equipment. Tiglath-Pileser III established Assyria's first professional army, recruiting impoverished peasants and equipping them at state expense. He instituted regular training regimens, strict discipline protocols, and reorganized forces into specialized units including chariots, cavalry, light and heavy infantry, and engineering corps. To finance this military and ensure state stability, Tiglath-Pileser implemented tax and administrative reforms. He imposed new fiscal and labor obligations on agricultural and artisanal classes. To prevent provincial governors from developing autonomous power bases, he reduced province sizes while increasing their number, and crucially began appointing eunuchs as governors. Since eunuchs could not produce heirs, they posed no dynastic threat to central authority. With these reform structures, Tiglath-Pileser launched a new wave of conquests. His approach to conquered territories introduced a novel policy known as Nahu, uprooting mass deportation of conquered populations to distant regions of the empire, replacing them with captives from other territories. This practice aimed to sever people's connections to their ancestral homelands, eradicate national identities, and incorporate them into Assyrian imperial society. Ironically, this policy contributed to the spread of Aramaic throughout the Near East. Originally, Aramean tribes existed in concentrated groups in modern Syria, but following Assyrian deportations, Arameans were dispersed across the empire. Eventually, their language, not Assyrian, became the region's lingua franca. Even within Assyria's heartland, the Neo-Assyrian Empire reached its territorial apex under kings Sennacherib, Esarhaddon, and Ashurbanipal during the early 7th century BCE. Egypt, Elam, and Cyprus were conquered. Rebellious Phoenician cities were subjugated. Urartu was pushed northward, and extensive Anatolian territories were annexed. In 6072 BCE, Esarhaddon designated his son Ashurbanipal as his successor, but faced resistance from Babylonian elites. To prevent instability, he divided the empire, granting Assyria to Ashurbanipal and Babylonia to another son, Shamash-shum-ukin. This arrangement temporarily preserved peace but eventually led to fraternal conflict when Shamash-shum-ukin sought complete Babylonian independence and secretly formed an anti-Assyrian coalition. Though initially uncovered by Assyrian intelligence, the reports were disregarded. When rebellion erupted in 6052 BCE, the coalition failed to coordinate effectively. Using divide-and-conquer tactics, Assyrian forces defeated rebel contingents individually. By 6048 BCE they had captured Babylon. Shamash-shum-ukin committed suicide rather than face capture. Brutal reprisals followed, with rebels suffering mutilation and public humiliation. Though seemingly at the height of its power, Assyria was internally exhausted. Constant uprisings had depleted its resources, and peripheral territories increasingly asserted independence. A new threat emerged when Scythian nomads invaded western imperial territories in the 630s BCE, devastating regions beyond the Euphrates. This catastrophe undermined Assyrian stability, precipitating internal conflict. Following Ashurbanipal's death in 6027 BCE, civil war erupted among his heirs and generals, accelerating imperial disintegration. Provincial regions declared independence, with Babylonia achieving liberation under the Chaldean prince Nabopolassar by 6119 BCE. Desperate for survival, Assyria formed an alliance with former rivals, including Egypt,
but failed to halt Babylonian advances. Simultaneously, Median forces under Cyaxares invaded from another direction. In 612 BCE, combined Babylonian and Median armies captured and destroyed Nineveh after a 3-month siege. The final Assyrian king, Ashur-uballit II, attempted to rally remaining forces at Haran with Egyptian support but was defeated by 619 BCE. The Assyrian Empire, the first true imperial power in human history, vanished from the political landscape, leaving behind a legacy of administrative innovations, architectural achievements, and cautionary lessons about imperial overreach that would influence subsequent civilizations for millennia.
The king's favourite who was castrated and hanged in public. A historical analysis. The marketplace in Hereford on November 24, 1326, witnessed an unprecedented gathering. Individuals from every social stratum, aristocrats, clergy, merchants and commoners, assembled to observe what would become one of medieval England's most notorious public punishments. At the focal point stood a wooden scaffold where guards escorted a haggard man of approximately 40 years. His countenance reflected days without nourishment, a deliberate self-imposed fast. His once elegant attire hung in tatters. This individual, formerly second only to the monarch in authority, faced an execution so savage it would reverberate through historical records for centuries thereafter. This was Hugh Despenser the Younger, the cherished advisor and purported intimate companion of King Edward II. To comprehend Despenser's catastrophic end requires examining the intricate political landscape of early 14th century England. Born circa 1286 to Hugh Despenser the Elder and Isabel Beauchamp, daughter of the Earl of Warwick, young Hugh emerged from distinguished lineage with substantial connections. His father served King Edward I faithfully, positioning the family advantageously in aristocratic circles. When Edward II assumed the throne in 1307, opportunities for advancement materialized. The new sovereign had already demonstrated a preference for male companions. His previous confidant Piers Gaveston had generated considerable controversy, not merely for monopolizing royal affection, but for his disdainful attitude toward established nobility. Gaveston's brutal elimination by rebellious nobles in 1312 created a vacancy in the monarch's inner sanctum. By 1316, Despenser had cultivated sufficient royal favor to secure appointment as chamberlain, a position affording unprecedented proximity to the sovereign. Simultaneously, he cemented his position through matrimony with Eleanor de Clare, the king's niece, acquiring the profitable Welsh territory of Glamorgan through this alliance. As the relationship between Hugh and Edward II intensified, Despenser's influence expanded dramatically. He developed an unquenchable desire for property and riches, manipulating judicial procedures to appropriate lands from other nobles, even vulnerable widows. Among his victims was his own sister-in-law, forced to relinquish valuable estates. During temporary banishment following a baronial uprising in 1321, he remarkably turned to maritime raiding, attacking English commercial vessels in flagrant disregard of legal constraints. Upon Edward II's reassertion of authority over rebellious aristocracy, Hugh returned with unprecedented influence. Between 1322 and 1326, the Despensers father and son essentially governed England. Hugh the Younger regulated access to the sovereign, controlled royal finances, and administered vast territories. Medieval chronicler John Froissart observed that he functioned as England's de facto ruler in everything but formal title. Complicating matters further were allegations concerning his relationship with the king. Despite being married with several offspring, suspicions persisted about Hugh maintaining intimate relations with Edward. Contemporary chronicles suggested inappropriate behaviors, considered violations of both ecclesiastical teachings and social norms. Queen Isabella, Edward's consort and daughter of France's monarch, harbored particular animosity toward Despenser. Humiliated by her husband's evident preference for his favorite, she watched her position, resources, and even access to her children systematically diminished through Hugh's interference. By 1324, Despenser had confiscated the Queen's properties and imprisoned members of her household. Even the royal children were transferred from Isabella's custody to Hugh's wife. The Queen's opportunity arrived in 1325 when diplomatic responsibilities took her to France. There she encountered Roger Mortimer, a powerful baron who had escaped imprisonment in the Tower of London, where he had been confined for opposing the Despensers, and fled to continental Europe. Mortimer became both her paramour and conspirator in the plot to overthrow Edward II and his favourite. In September 1326, Isabella and Mortimer led a modest mercenary force into England. What astonished Edward and the Despensers was the alacrity with which English nobility joined the invaders. Years of exploitation, extortion,
and degradation had fostered widespread antipathy toward the king's favourite. As support collapsed, Edward II and the Despensers fled westward with substantial royal treasury portions. Their escape proved futile. The Despensers were separated. Hugh the Elder was apprehended in Bristol and summarily executed. On October 27, 1326, he was hanged while still armoured, subsequently beheaded, his body quartered and discarded, a grim conclusion for a long-standing crown servant. Meanwhile, Edward II and Hugh the Younger continued their desperate westward flight through Wales. Abandoned by virtually all supporters, they were ultimately captured near Neath. Edward was imprisoned and forced to abdicate in favour of his 14-year-old son. Later Edward III. Hugh Despenser faced a more horrific destiny. Recognizing clemency was impossible, Hugh attempted self-starvation but failed. On November 24 he stood before a tribunal headed by his mortal enemies, Roger Mortimer, Queen Isabella, and Lancastrian barons who had suffered from his extortions. Though presented as legal proceedings, the outcome was predetermined. Hugh faced accusations of treason, theft, corruption, and manipulation of the sovereign. Found guilty on all charges, he received one of history's most gruesome sentences. That morning, Despenser was conducted to Hereford's marketplace before an immense gathering, including Mortimer, Isabella, and triumphant barons. What followed was choreographed public retribution. Bound to an elevated ladder ensuring maximum visibility, Despenser was crowned with stinging nettles, a mockery of the royal authority he had effectively shared. Biblical passages condemning arrogance were inscribed on his skin before the actual torment commenced. According to Froissart, executioners amputated Hugh's genitals, burning them before his conscious eyes, punishment deliberately chosen for his alleged sexual transgressions. While still sentient, his abdomen was opened and internal organs gradually extracted and incinerated. Witnesses recorded unearthly screams echoing through the marketplace, apparently to spectators' satisfaction. Only after prolonged suffering was Hugh finally hanged. Even in death, his degradation continued. His corpse was decapitated and quartered, with portions dispatched for display in different English cities. His head adorned a stake at London's gate, a stark warning against abuse of royal favour. The extraordinary savagery of Despenser's execution served multiple purposes: retribution for his demonstrated cruelty and avarice, and symbolic purification of perceived pollution brought upon the realm through his influence over Edward II and their alleged intimate relationship. The public emasculation particularly emphasized punishment for sexual impropriety. 4 years later, in December 1330, Hugh's widow Eleanor de Clare received permission to collect and inter his remains on family property in Gloucestershire. However, only his head, a thigh bone and fragments were recovered. An undignified epilogue for England's once second most powerful figure. Edward II's fate proved similarly grim. Initially imprisoned, he was assassinated in September 1327 at Berkeley Castle. The enduring account of his death, though contested by contemporary historians, involves execution by heated implement inserted rectally, a method leaving no visible evidence while symbolically referencing his alleged sexual practices. The reign of Edward II and Hugh Despenser's meteoric ascent and fall represent one of medieval England's most tumultuous periods. For centuries, historical narratives were coloured by prejudice regarding their relationship. Edward was portrayed as ineffectual and dominated by personal inclinations, while Hugh was characterized as an unprincipled manipulator exploiting royal vulnerability. Contemporary historians offer more nuanced interpretation. They acknowledge Despenser's extraordinary rapacity alienated virtually all English nobility while questioning sensationalist accounts of his relationship with Edward II. Recognizing accusations of sexual impropriety often served as political weapons against adversaries. Whatever their actual relationship entailed, Despenser's fate illustrates the perilous intersection of authority, sexuality and governance in medieval England. His tortured body served as graphic demonstration of consequences for challenging societal conventions and accumulating powerful enemies. Despenser's story also illuminates how justice functioned as theatrical spectacle in medieval society. His execution transcended mere legal procedure, becoming carefully orchestrated public performance communicating political and moral messages. The treatment of his body, particularly public emasculation, conveyed specific messages about sexual transgression, political corruption, and restored social order. Hugh Despenser's collapse proved as dramatic as his ascent. Within years he transformed from relatively obscure knight to England's most influential figure, only to end as dismembered remains displayed across the realm. His narrative exemplifies the volatility of political fortune in medieval society. In final irony, the regime replacing Edward II and the Despensers proved short-lived.
Queen Isabella and Roger Mortimer, who presided over Hugh's brutal execution, were themselves overthrown merely 4 years later when young Edward III assumed genuine authority. Mortimer faced similar execution as a traitor, though spared additional tortures. Medieval political fortunes had shifted once more. 7 centuries later, Despenser's story continues to captivate and disturb. In modern historical surveys, he has been designated among Britain's most notorious medieval figures. His life has inspired dramatic works, historical fiction, and television productions, typically portraying him as the archetypal corrupt courtier. Contemporary perspective allows us to regard Despenser's execution with appropriate horror, recognizing the extreme brutality characterizing medieval judicial practice. Simultaneously, his story reminds us that dynamics of influence, political favoritism, and exploitation of privileged access transcend historical periods. The royal favorite who met such a gruesome public end provides distant yet relevant perspective on the complex interplay of power, sexuality, avarice and justice that continues shaping our societies.
The Grim Fate of a Tudor-era Cook, an historical account. The 5th day of April 1531 opened with leaden skies above London's expanse. The populace converged upon Smithfield, traditionally a venue for both commercial livestock exchange and public punishments. This particular day, however, would witness an execution of unusual brutality. Dominating the square stood an immense copper vessel positioned above freshly ignited timber. Steam began to rise as the contained water approached temperature. The assembly's murmurs intensified when custodial officers presented a shackled individual. Richard Rose, employed as culinary staff for John Fisher, Bishop of Rochester. The condemned's ashen countenance betrayed his understanding of the imminent ordeal, immersion in scalding liquid until expiration, experiencing the progressive disintegration of his dermis. To comprehend these circumstances requires examination of the preceding February's events. England during this interval experienced profound socio-political upheaval. The sovereign Henry VIII pursued the dissolution of his matrimonial bond with Catherine of Aragon to facilitate union with Anne Boleyn. This aspiration generated substantial discord throughout the realm, creating factions of opportunistic courtiers supporting the monarch's desires opposed by ecclesiastical conservatives who regarded matrimony as inviolable. Bishop John Fisher ranked among the most resolute opponents of the proposed royal annulment. His theological convictions earned antagonism from both the monarch and the ascendant Boleyn faction, who perceived him as impeding their ambitions. The prelate consequently adopted extensive precautionary measures, varying his sleeping chambers nightly and exercising vigilance regarding his sustenance. At Fisher's Lambeth residence, the episcopal staff included the aforementioned Rose. Unremarkable in appearance and demeanor, he functioned efficiently within the household hierarchy until February 18th pivotal occurrence. That afternoon, Fisher hosted dining companions. The repast featured a substantial pottage common to contemporary English cuisine. Documentation indicates Rose surreptitiously incorporated an unidentified powdered substance into this preparation. His subsequent testimony claimed this constituted merely a misguided attempt at humor, believing the additive would induce digestive discomfort rather than fatal consequences. The bishop consumed minimal portions of the contaminated dish, while guests partook more substantially. Following period custom, surplus provisions were distributed to indigent individuals soliciting charitable assistance, including 2 recipients identified as Bennett Kerwin and Alice Treate. Hours following consumption, severe symptoms manifested among all who had ingested the preparation: abdominal distress, emesis, diaphoresis, and muscular contractions. Fisher survived, having consumed negligible quantities. Others experienced profound illness. Kerwin and Treate, having eagerly consumed their portions, succumbed to the toxin. Their remains discovered the subsequent day exhibiting evidence of excruciating demise. News of the poisoning incident rapidly reached court. Henry VIII, despite political opposition to Fisher, recognized the broader implications regarding monarchical security. If ecclesiastical dignitaries faced poisoning threats, royal vulnerability logically followed. The sovereign commanded immediate investigative action. Authorities apprehended Rose during attempted departure from the metropolis. Interrogation at the Tower included application of extension apparatus, limbs secured to diagonal framework and progressively stretched to elicit confession. Under such duress, Rose acknowledged adding the substance but maintained ignorance of its lethal properties. The judicial process deviated significantly from established procedure. On February 28, Henry VIII personally addressed Parliament regarding the incident, an extraordinary monarchical intervention. The sovereign characterized the poisoning as treasonous activity directed not solely against Fisher but against Crown authority itself. The legislative body,
characteristically differential to the volatile monarch expeditiously approved legislation, Act for Poisoning 22, Henry VIII, Chapter 9. Classifying such acts as high treason and establishing a specific punishment, death by immersion in heated liquid. This constitutes a remarkable legal anomaly. The monarch essentially determined guilt without judicial process and retroactively created legislation to permit exemplary punishment. Contemporary historians debate royal motivations for such extraordinary involvement in this matter. Some scholars propose Henry harbored genuine aversion to poisoning, considering it particularly dishonorable. Alternative interpretations suggest sophisticated political calculation. Imperial diplomatic representative Eustace Chapuis, aligned with Fisher and Queen Catherine, suggested in correspondence that the sovereign's dramatic response aimed to deflect scrutiny from potential involvement by Anne Boleyn's familial connections. Speculation circulated regarding Boleyn commissioned elimination of Fisher as an obstacle to royal matrimonial ambitions. The cook's rapid and spectacular execution potentially served to forestall investigation, potentially implicating individuals within the king's intimate circle. Regardless of underlying motivations, Richard Rose faced execution on April 5. The unprecedented methodology attracted substantial public attendance. Market vendors circulated through the assembled observers, creating an atmosphere resembling theatrical entertainment rather than judicial punishment. Contemporary accounts suggest Rose received alcoholic sedation, a solitary compassionate gesture. Officials removed his garments and positioned him above the vessel. A clergyman offered spiritual absolution before the physical ordeal commenced. The execution proceeded in 3 phases of immersion. Initially, only lower extremities contacted the scalding liquid, producing vocalization, audible throughout the vicinity as epidermis separated from underlying tissue. Numerous observers lost consciousness or averted their gaze. The second immersion extended to thoracic level, with the liquid acquiring reddish coloration as tissue dissolved. The final submersion, encompassing the entire form, concluded the condemned suffering. This incident does not represent isolated implementation of this execution methodology. The newly established legislation subsequently applied to others, including Margaret Davies, similarly executed in 1542 for alleged poisoning of employer households. The practice continued until abolished under Edward VI's governance as part of broader punitive reforms. The case's particular significance derives from its political dimensions. Rose experienced the consequences of historical circumstances as England approached transformative religious and governmental reorganization. Bishop Fisher, the intended victim, ultimately faced execution in 1535 for refusing royal ecclesiastical supremacy. Anne Boleyn, whose aspirations tangentially connected to these events, faced execution in 1536 on charges widely considered fabricated to facilitate Henry's subsequent marriage. The monarch continued his controversial governance for 16 additional years, contracting 4 subsequent marriages, severing Roman ecclesiastical connections, and establishing Protestant England. His paranoia and severity intensified with advancing age. Contemporary Smithfield bears no commemorative indication of these events. Few current London inhabitants traversing this commercial district recognize the historical significance beneath their feet. Richard Rose's account provides disquieting historical perspective. It illustrates an era when judicial process and cruelty coexisted, when authority figures modified legislation according to preference, and when individual existence held value primarily through political utility and death. Definitive determination remains impossible regarding Rose's culpability, whether genuinely responsible political scapegoat or victim of tragic misunderstanding regarding substance properties. Indisputably, his punishment exceeded contemporary standards of proportionality. The punishment methodology contains disturbing symbolism, a culinary professional ultimately succumbing through analogous processes as applied to himself. This suggests not merely elimination but symbolic retribution, reflecting a fundamentally different conception of justice. 5 centuries separate contemporary society from these events. Governance, jurisprudence, and punishment philosophy have undergone profound transformation. Modern systems theoretically emphasize rehabilitation of retribution and equal application regardless of status. Nevertheless, Richard Rose's account maintains relevance precisely because it illustrates the fragility of civilized constraints and institutional vulnerability to authoritarian manipulation. Beneath modern London's bustling exterior, historical echoes persist, reminders of societal evolution and cautionary lessons regarding power's application.
Rediscovering medieval agricultural heritage. 15 forgotten cultivars.
Historical agricultural practices reveal numerous nutritious plants that once flourished across medieval European landscapes, but have since vanished from contemporary dining tables. The cultivars described herein represent not merely historical curiosities, but rather potential solutions to modern nutritional and agricultural challenges, having sustained populations through centuries of environmental uncertainty. 1. Skirret, the underground perennial treasure. Medieval agrarians treasured skirret for its remarkable self-sufficiency. Unlike contemporary root vegetables demanding constant cultivation, skirret established itself permanently, generating clusters of slender white roots beneath the soil with minimal husbandry requirements. These naturally saccharine roots surpassed both carrots and parsnips in sweetness, earning admiration from nobility who demanded their cultivation in castle gardens. Skirret's exceptional hardiness during harsh winter periods, when alternative provisions faltered, established it as a crucial sustenance source. Historical agricultural manuscripts reference it as providing nourishment for impoverished households when fields remained unproductive. Its culinary versatility allowed preparation through numerous methods: roasting, boiling, inclusion in savory potages, and incorporation into sweetened pastries, essentially functioning as the precursor to potatoes in European cuisine. This remarkable vegetable nevertheless gradually disappeared as agricultural practices evolved toward faster-growing alternatives. 2. Alexander's, the ambitious culinary migrant. Introduced to Britain during Roman occupation, Alexander's rapidly captivated medieval agriculturalists with its extraordinary versatility. This determined plant exhibited robust growth patterns beyond cultivation boundaries, combining the invasive tendencies of undesirable vegetation with the gastronomic qualities of fine provisions. What distinguished Alexander's was its complete ability from stems and foliage to blossoms, underground structures and reproductive elements. Medieval populations consumed young stalks similar to celery, incorporated floral components into uncooked greenery collections, and processed seeds as alternative pepper. The foliage provided distinctive flavoring reminiscent of both parsley and celery for various potages, growing to impressive heights approaching 2 meters with vibrant yellow inflorescences, attracting beneficial insects. Alexander's thrived independently in coastal regions, cliff formations, and alongside thoroughfares without human intervention. Despite its utility, Alexander's progressively vanished from diets, displaced by celery during the early 18th century. Contemporary individuals frequently encounter it growing wild without recognizing its historical significance as sustenance. 3. Good King Henry, the dignified perennial green. This extraordinary plant's nomenclature origins remain mysterious, yet its prevalence throughout medieval European landscapes is well documented, found both growing wild and in meticulously maintained gardens. Good King Henry exhibited remarkable self-sufficiency, reappearing annually without replanting, essentially maintenance-free cultivation. Nutritional analysis reveals iron content exceeding spinach levels alongside substantial vitamin C concentrations, critical nutrients frequently deficient in medieval dietary patterns. During spring scarcity periods, its early foliage provided essential nourishment. Culinary applications varied according to maturity stage. Young shoots prepared similarly to asparagus, mature foliage utilized comparable to spinach, and undeveloped floral structures resembling miniature broccoli. Traditional medicinal applications included external application of leaves for wound treatment, while root preparations served digestive functions. Regional terminologies sometimes referenced it as all good, reflecting its multifaceted utility. The commercialization of agriculture gradually displaced this humble yet invaluable cultivar from common usage. 4. Salsify, the deceptive root. This peculiar root vegetable presents one of botanical gastronomy's most remarkable flavor profiles. When properly prepared, salsify genuinely reproduces oyster flavors, making it extraordinarily valuable during medieval religious observances prohibiting consumption of animal products or seafood. Monastic documentation from the 15th century confirms its specific cultivation as seafood alternative during Lenten observations. 2 varieties existed in medieval cultivation practices: white and black salsify. Both produce elongated, slender roots beneath unappealing external coverings requiring removal before culinary preparation, an early demonstration of gastronomic appearances being potentially misleading. Winter seasons highlighted salsify's exceptional qualities, remaining available through freezing conditions as one of few fresh vegetables obtainable during coldest months, retrieved from ground as needed. Once harvested, extended storage remained possible without deterioration. In pre-refrigeration societies, such characteristics proved invaluable, Contemporary cultivation practices eventually abandoned salsify due to extended growth periods and unusual appearance. 5. Medlar, the patient fruit. Medieval gastronomy embraced certain characteristics modern consumers would find unpalatable. The medlar, resembling diminutive brown apples with exposed bottoms revealing 5 seeds, required extended ripening processes beyond harvest. Freshly collected specimens proved rock-hard and excessively astringent, completely inedible. Medieval horticulturists understood medlars required bletting-controlled decomposition, where fruits remained stored for weeks until achieving soft brown consistency. This patience-demanding process transformed the flesh into sweet, cinnamon-flavored pulp. Medieval populations cherished culinary manuscripts from the 13th century contain numerous preparations including tarts, preserved fruit jellies and fermented beverages. The fruit's distinctive appearance generated colorful terminology in medieval vernacular, often making anatomical comparisons unsuited for polite discourse. Medlar's seasonal timing proved particularly valuable, ripening during late autumn as one of final fresh fruits before winter commenced. Following bletting processes as additional storage remained possible for several weeks, providing rare sweetness during winter's darkest periods. Modern agricultural practices abandoned medlars, favoring rapid-producing crops with extended commercial viability. 6. Chickweed. The ubiquitous volunteer. Unlike cultivars requiring deliberate cultivation, chickweed appeared spontaneously throughout medieval landscapes. This diminutive leafy plant with delicate white blossoms proliferated in gardens, fields, and pathways across Europe without invitation, yet provided substantial nutritional benefits. Medieval agriculturists recognized its impossibility to eradicate, flourishing in various soil conditions, germinating during any above-freezing season, and producing abundant seeds. Rather than futile removal attempts, medieval populations harvested this volunteer plant as complementary sustenance. Tender foliage remained available nearly year-round in temperate regions. Fresh chickweed contains vitamin C concentrations approximately 7 times greater than equivalent orange quantities. Lower social classes gathered it for routine consumption, while aristocratic household records demonstrate its winter service when alternative green vegetables became unavailable. Beyond nutritional applications, chickweed served medicinal functions, cooling properties addressing skin irritations, while brewed preparations treated febrile conditions and inflammation. Modern agricultural practices unfortunately declared hostilities against chickweed through chemical interventions, reclassifying this nutritious plant as undesirable. 7. Scorzonera. The snake-healing root. Despite its unfortunate nomenclature suggesting pathological conditions, Scorzonera featured prominently in medieval cultivation. The designation derives from Italian terminology meaning venomous serpent. Early herbalists believed these black-skinned roots remedied snake bites. While such medical applications proved unfounded, medieval populations discovered its exceptional flavor and nutritional properties. Frequently confused with black salsify, close botanical relatives, Scorzonera produce longer, straighter roots with black exteriors concealing white interiors. Its flavor profile presents milder, sweeter characteristics than salsify, with subtle asparagus and nut undertones. Scorzonera's preservation capabilities proved remarkable. Autumn-harvested roots stored in sand within cool cellars remained viable until subsequent summer seasons. Few alternative vegetables offered comparable food security during medieval periods. Cultivation documentation from the 16th century demonstrates particular popularity within monastic gardens, valued for flavorful sustenance during religious fasting periods and perceived medicinal properties. Medieval physicians prescribed Scorzonera preparations for blood purification and gastric ailments. The advent of modern food preservation and distribution systems eventually rendered Scorzonera's exceptional storage capabilities unnecessary, contributing to its gradual displacement from common cultivation. 8. Welsh onions. The misnamed perennial. Despite nomenclature suggesting Welsh origins, these perennial alliums originated in East Asia, likely reaching European territories through trade networks approximately during the 13th century. Neither Welsh nor true onions botanically, they nevertheless provided medieval agriculturalists with valuable perennial greenery. Their perennial growth habit distinguished them from conventional alliums, establishing permanent positions, gradually multiplying through division rather than requiring annual replanting. Historical horticultural texts suggest single established specimens could potentially sustain families for decades through progressive division.
Welsh onions served practical functions, providing continuous hollow green stems when alternative vegetables remained unavailable. Medieval culinary applications utilized these green portions for flavoring various preparations. Their exceptional cold hardiness proved particularly valuable, maintaining green growth through all but the most severe winter conditions, delivering crucial vitamins during scarcest months. Despite these advantages, modern agricultural practices eventually favored conventional onions with larger bulb development. 9. Fat hen. The nutritional volunteer. Similar to chickweed, fat hen appeared spontaneously across various landscapes. This voluntary green established itself throughout fields, gardens, and undeveloped areas across Europe. Medieval populations wisely incorporated it into their diet rather than merely eliminating it as undesirable vegetation. Contemporary nutritional analysis confirms fat hen's extraordinary properties. Protein content exceeding cabbage, iron surpassing spinach, and calcium levels beyond kale. Modern nutritionists would unquestionably classify it among superfoods. Its nomenclature derives from observations regarding poultry consumption effects, enhanced egg production, and improved growth rates. Archaeological excavations have yielded abundant fat hen seeds within food waste repositories, confirming regular consumption patterns. During periods of scarcity, this wild plant frequently provided critical sustenance, preventing starvation. Preparation methods varied regionally. Foliage prepared similarly to spinach or incorporated fresh into uncooked preparations, while seeds provided emergency flour during hardship periods. Modern agricultural approaches unfortunately declared opposition against fat hen, viewing it merely as competition against deliberate plantings. 10. Lovage, the perennial flavor powerhouse. Unlike volunteer plants struggling for recognition, lovage once enjoyed culinary prominence before mysteriously declining. Roman legionnaires transported lovage seeds throughout European conquests, establishing this potent herb wherever they settled. Monastic traditions continued this practice, ensuring monastery gardens maintained lovage specimens. Its flavor profile presents extraordinary intensity, resembling celery and parsley combinations magnified tenfold. Medieval culinary traditions utilized lovage extensively, single sprigs flavoring entire soup vessels, desiccated foliage incorporated into meat preparations, crushed seeds enhancing bread, and even roots prepared similarly to parsnips. Most impressively, hollow stems underwent candying processes, creating sweetened confections. Lovage's medicinal applications further enhanced its value, containing oils supporting digestion, reducing abdominal distension, and producing mild diuretic effects. 13th century monastic records describe lovage preparations remedying gastric and renal complaints. Individual specimens frequently survived 2 decades, reaching heights exceeding 2 meters, producing substantial flavoring from minimal cultivation space. Exceptional hardiness ensured winter survival with vigorous spring regeneration. The introduction of exotic spices through international commerce gradually displaced lovage from culinary prominence. 11. Corn salad, the misunderstood winter green. Despite nomenclature suggesting maize associations, corn salad bears no relationship to American corn. This nomenclature confusion derives from traditional European terminology where corn referenced grain crops predating maize introduction. These diminutive tender greens naturally appear during autumn following grain harvests, maintaining growth through winter conditions. Medieval agriculturalists discovered these winter greens provided not merely edible sustenance but genuinely pleasant flavors. Corn salad presents mild, subtly nutty characteristics without bitterness commonly found in wild greens. Harvest remained possible throughout coldest months when alternative provisions remained unavailable. Modern nutritional analysis confirms substantial omega-3 fatty acid content, threefold compared to conventional lettuce, alongside significant iron and vitamin C concentrations. Medieval populations recognized its value, providing fresh winter greenery. Contemporary agricultural practices eventually favored lettuce varieties offering extended commercial viability and simplified harvesting processes. 12. Tansy, the boldly aromatic herb. Few plants demonstrate such dramatic transitions from historical significance to contemporary obscurity as tansy. This bushy perennial with fern-like foliage and distinctive yellow button-shaped blossoms produces intensely aromatic characteristics throughout all plant portions. Its complex flavor profile combines bitter, piquant, and subtly sweet elements that medieval palates appreciated but modern tastes largely abandoned. Contemporary chemical analysis identifies over 40 distinct flavor compounds within tansy foliage. Medieval culinary manuscripts feature tansy across diverse preparations spanning savory dishes through desserts. Celebratory Easter preparations combined chopped foliage with eggs, cream, breadcrumbs and sweeteners, fried into distinctive cakes. Spring festivities featured tansy-infused cheese products, while special occasions included tansy-flavored ale. Beyond distinctive flavoring, tansy served practical preservation functions, its potent compounds functioning as natural preservatives, extending perishable goods' viability during pre-refrigeration eras. Medicinal applications included remedies addressing intestinal parasites, digestive ailments and febrile conditions. Monastery gardens invariably included tansy specimens for both culinary and medicinal purposes, often positioned near entrances where aromatic qualities repelled undesirable insects. As milder herbs gained popularity, tansy gradually disappeared from culinary applications. 13. Sea kale, the coastal superfood. While some plants disappeared for excessive boldness, sea kale suffered neglect despite extraordinary utility. Growing naturally throughout northern European coastal regions, sea kale provided valuable sustenance for medieval coastal communities. This hardy plant thrives in saline, sandy conditions inhospitable to most edible vegetation. Medieval populations harvested sea kale through dual approaches: blanched young growth during spring seasons, prepared similarly to asparagus, and mature foliage later prepared similarly to cabbage. Unlike many wild edibles, sea kale presents mild, sweet characteristics. Its exceptional vitamin C content, six-fold compared to citrus fruits by weight, proved particularly valuable for fishing communities with limited fresh produce access, preventing scurvy development. The gradual disappearance of sea kale from contemporary diets represents significant nutritional loss considering its self-sufficient coastal growth requiring minimal cultivation efforts. 14. Woad, the dual-purpose plant. Unlike purely nutritional plants, woad maintained dual functionality, primarily cultivated for blue pigment production but simultaneously providing edible portions. Before woad cultivation, obtaining blue textiles presented extraordinary challenges throughout Europe. Young woad foliage harvested before developing dyeing compounds provided edible greenery for spring preparations and soups. Flavor characteristics present mild with subtle peppery qualities resembling immature mustard greens. Woad cultivation generated notorious olfactory challenges. Pigment extraction requiring leaf fermentation produced such offensive odors that royal proclamations prohibited processing near significant residences. Despite its considerable economic importance for textile production, woad eventually declined as both food source and dye material. 15. Turnip greens, the overlooked half. While turnip roots remain recognized components of historical European cuisine, medieval agriculturalists valued leafy portions equally, a practice largely abandoned in contemporary cultivation. Turnip greens contain substantially greater nutritional density than roots, fourfold calcium content, threefold vitamin A concentrations, and doubled protein levels. Medieval cultivators carefully harvested outer leaves throughout growing seasons without damaging developing roots beneath. These nutritious greens featured prominently in medieval soups, stews, and fresh preparations, contributing distinctive peppery flavors enhancing otherwise bland winter provisions.
The ingenious thermal solutions of medieval commoners. Historical evidence suggests that the common folk of the Middle Ages developed remarkably effective methods for maintaining warmth during the harsh winter months. Despite lacking our contemporary technological advantages, these medieval inhabitants created sophisticated environmental control systems that proved remarkably efficient, given their limited resources. Their approaches to thermal regulation not only addressed basic survival needs, but also fostered social cohesion during the coldest periods of the year. This examination reveals how medieval populations transformed the fundamental challenge of winter survival into a sophisticated integration of practical knowledge and community cooperation. The fundamental element of medieval domestic warmth was the fire center positioned in the dwelling's main chamber. Unlike modern fireplace designs that are constructed against walls, medieval inhabitants strategically placed their fire pits in the central area of the living space. This configuration allowed thermal energy to disseminate uniformly throughout the dwelling. The construction utilized stone materials specifically selected for their thermal retention properties. These stones would absorb heat during active burning periods and continue to emanate warmth long after flames had subsided. Functioning as primitive thermal batteries, the central location created a natural gathering space where household members would congregate for nourishment, domestic activities, and oral tradition sharing. The ventilation system, while rudimentary, was functional. Smoke gradually ascended and departed through a designated opening in the ceiling structure. Though this arrangement resulted in considerable soot accumulation and persistent smoke odor, the thermal benefits provided essential comfort during frigid conditions. The fire center represented not merely a heating apparatus, but the fundamental nucleus of domestic existence. Medieval architectural practices demonstrated sophisticated understanding of passive solar principles. Dwellings were deliberately oriented to maximize exposure to winter sunlight when the solar angle is lower on the horizon. South-facing apertures permitted solar radiation to penetrate and warm interior spaces. The substantial thickness of stone or earthen walls served dual purposes of structural integrity and thermal mass. These materials effectively captured daytime solar energy and gradually released it during nighttime hours, maintaining relatively stable interior temperatures despite external fluctuations. Construction materials like timber and dried vegetation provided natural insulation properties that prevented rapid heat dissipation. In particularly cold regions, semi-subterranean construction techniques provided additional thermal protection by utilizing the Earth's consistent underground temperatures as insulation against extreme surface conditions. The strategic combination of these approaches demonstrates medieval builders' profound understanding of environmental factors and natural resource utilization. The characteristic overlapping dried plant material roofing of medieval dwellings served as effective thermal barriers. These densely arranged botanical coverings created substantial insulation that impeded heat transfer between interior and exterior environments. Agricultural byproducts used in these roof structures were abundantly available, economically viable, and possessed natural hydrophobic properties that provided additional protection against precipitation, while requiring periodic replacement due to organic decomposition and potential vermin infestations. The thermal benefits outweighed these maintenance considerations. The collection, preparation, and installation of these botanical roof coverings typically involved coordinated community effort. These collaborative activities strengthened social bonds while ensuring all households were adequately prepared for winter conditions. Thus, the insulation system served both practical thermal purposes and important social functions. Medieval housing arrangements frequently incorporated adjacent animal enclosures, creating a symbiotic relationship between human and livestock inhabitants. This proximity was deliberately engineered to harness the natural body heat generated by domestic animals. Architectural divisions between human and animal spaces were intentionally constructed with minimal thickness, facilitating heat transfer between areas. In some instances, animals occupied nearly one-third of the total dwelling space, providing substantial thermal contribution to the living environment. Beyond their heat-generating capacity, livestock produced additional winter resources. Animal waste provided supplementary fuel for fire centers when wood supplies diminished. The continued production of nutritional resources, such as dairy products, eggs, and textile materials, further enhanced survival capabilities during winter conditions. Despite olfactory challenges and increased insect activity associated with this arrangement, the thermal and resource benefits provided compelling justification for human-animal cohabitation during harsh winter periods. Medieval inhabitants developed sophisticated underfoot warming techniques, utilizing thermal mass principles. Large stones were heated in the central fire pit and strategically positioned beneath wooden or earthen flooring materials. These heated elements retained thermal energy for extended periods, radiating warmth upward into the living space, a principle remarkably similar to contemporary radiant floor heating technology. Alternative implementations used brick or clay flooring materials specifically selected for their thermal retention properties. These materials were particularly effective in semi-subterranean dwellings where ground insulation properties enhanced temperature stability. Beyond comfort considerations, these warming systems served practical purposes by reducing moisture accumulation, thereby limiting mold development and associated respiratory ailments. The complementary heating provided by both floor radiation and the central fire created more uniform thermal distribution throughout the dwelling. While requiring regular maintenance and careful implementation to prevent fire hazards,
The practical benefits of these systems made them worthy investments of time and resources for medieval households. Medieval populations developed portable heating solutions for activities requiring mobility outside the primary dwelling. These devices enabled individuals to maintain thermal comfort while performing essential agricultural, commercial, or social functions despite frigid external conditions. Simple yet effective thermal stones were heated within the central fire, then wrapped in textile or animal hide coverings. These portable heat sources could be carried in garments or held directly, providing localized warmth for several hours. More sophisticated devices included metal containers designed to safely hold smoldering materials, providing sustained heat sources during extended outdoor activities. Women particularly benefited from these portable devices while performing domestic tasks or traveling between locations. Some examples recovered by archaeologists demonstrate decorative elements, suggesting these utilitarian objects also held aesthetic or status significance within the community, though carrying inherent risks of thermal injury or fire ignition. These mobile heating solutions proved indispensable for maintaining productivity during winter periods when external activities remained necessary despite challenging thermal conditions. The challenge of maintaining comfortable sleeping temperatures during winter nights prompted several innovative solutions. Metal vessels designed specifically for bed warming were filled with hot coals and methodically moved between bedding layers prior to occupation, effectively pre-warming the sleeping area. Canopied sleeping structures featured heavy textile surrounds that could be completely enclosed, creating a microclimate that retained body heat within a confined space. Additional insulation layers composed of wool textiles or animal hides further enhanced thermal retention within these sleeping environments. Common bedding materials included dried grasses and straw, which provided natural insulation properties but unfortunately attracted rodents and insects. Despite these discomforts, the thermal benefits took precedence over concerns regarding unwanted nocturnal companions. These combined approaches transformed sleeping areas into relatively comfortable thermal environments despite the often extreme external conditions of winter nights, enabling necessary physical recuperation during the harshest season. Medieval heating efficiency was enhanced through strategic use of reflective surfaces positioned to redirect thermal radiation. Polished metal or smooth stone surfaces placed behind or surrounding central fire pits effectively redirected heat that would otherwise dissipate through structural elements, thereby increasing overall thermal efficiency without requiring additional fuel resources. These reflective elements served secondary functions by protecting combustible structural materials from direct thermal exposure, reducing fire hazards in dwellings constructed primarily of flammable materials. In larger dwelling structures, movable reflective panels allowed directional control of thermal radiation toward specific areas requiring additional warmth. Archaeological evidence indicates some thermal reflectors incorporated decorative elements, suggesting these utilitarian objects also held aesthetic or cultural significance beyond their practical applications. The implementation of these devices required practical understanding of radiant energy principles, demonstrating sophisticated environmental knowledge despite limited scientific framework. Medieval winter survival strategies extended beyond individual household approaches to include community-scale thermal solutions. Centralized fire pits maintained in common areas provided thermal resources accessible to all community members. These communal thermal centers served multifaceted purposes beyond basic warming. They became focal points for social interaction, oral tradition transmission, musical expression, and communal dancing activities that fostered psychological resilience during the challenging winter period. Individuals whose domestic heating resources were limited could access these shared thermal sources, demonstrating community support for vulnerable members. Winter solstice celebrations and religious observances often centered around these communal fires, incorporating symbolic and spiritual dimensions into practical thermal solutions. The integration of cultural significance with essential survival functions exemplifies the holistic approach medieval communities brought to environmental challenges. The thermal regulation strategies employed by medieval populations demonstrate remarkable ingenuity and efficient resource utilization despite technological constraints. Their approaches incorporated sophisticated understanding of thermal principles, architectural design, material properties, and social cooperation.
The complex relationship between Henry VIII's daughters. At first glance, Henry VIII's daughters seemed worlds apart. Their age difference created a natural divide, but their religious upbringings established an even deeper separation. Mary was raised in Catholic tradition. Her entire existence centered around religious devotion. Elizabeth, by contrast, grew up in Protestant teachings, likely viewing her older sister as old-fashioned and fundamentally opposed to her own beliefs. England during their reigns struggled with the concept of female leadership. Society operated under patriarchal assumptions that women were governed by emotions rather than logic. The prevailing belief held that women couldn't effectively rule compared to men. One sister ruled briefly while the other's reign stretched across decades. One embraced Catholicism, the other Protestantism. One aligned with Spain, while the other's greatest achievement came from defeating them. Yet despite these differences, the sisters shared more similarities than many realize. Mary entered the world at Greenwich Palace on February 18, 1516. Her mother, Catherine of Aragon, was Henry VIII's first wife. Catherine came from Spanish royalty, deeply committed to Catholic faith and values. She descended from remarkable women. Her mother, Isabella of Castile, was a warrior queen who educated her children on battlefields. Catherine herself ranked among Europe's most educated and accomplished women. Though not the son her parents had hoped for, Mary's birth brought relief after years of pregnancy losses. At just 30, Catherine still had time to produce male heirs, and Mary proved the couple could have healthy children. Mary inherited her father's fair complexion and rosy cheeks. Henry adored children and doted on his daughter, providing her with the finest education available to girls of that era. Catherine wanted more for Mary than simply becoming a good wife. Mary's upbringing included Spanish language, customs, and Catholic practices. By age 9, Mary was sent to Ludlow Castle as the acting Princess of Wales, essentially governing the region for her father. There she received formal education in Latin, Greek, and strategic thinking, all essential for future rulership. Mary's education prepared her exceptionally well. She developed confidence in her intellectual abilities, believing herself equal to any man. She considered herself to possess her father's intelligence combined with her mother's thoughtfulness and religious devotion. Above all, Mary's education prepared her for her destined role as a royal bride. Princesses served as valuable diplomatic assets in 16th century Europe, with arranged marriages sealing treaties and alliances that could alter history's course. Mary was first betrothed at just 2 years old, serving as a symbol of diplomatic relations. Throughout her youth, she was promised to various European princes, though these arrangements frequently changed as political needs shifted. Mary's teenage years brought dramatic changes. By 1525, her mother Catherine turned 40, confirming what many suspected: she would never give Henry the son he desperately desired. Henry's obsession with producing male heirs had grown increasingly desperate. As only the second Tudor monarch, securing the dynasty remained precarious. England faced numerous enemies: Scotland, Wales, Ireland, France, Spain, and the Holy Roman Empire all threatened the throne. Henry's affections shifted to one of Catherine's ladies-in-waiting, Anne Boleyn. Unlike previous royal affairs, this wasn't merely physical attraction. Henry fell deeply in love with Anne, convinced she would provide his male heir. To marry her, Catherine had to go. Catherine refused to cooperate, and the Pope wouldn't grant an annulment. The process dragged on for nearly a decade. In May 1531, Henry cruelly banned the adolescent Mary from seeing her mother unless both declared support for the annulment, a tactic that failed to break Catherine's resolve. Henry's determination led him to break with the Roman Church, declaring himself supreme head of the Church of England. The new Archbishop of Canterbury, Thomas Cranmer, granted the annulment, and Henry married the already pregnant Anne in January 1533. That summer, Anne received a lavish coronation as England's queen. Weeks later, Anne delivered not the promised son but a daughter, Elizabeth. Despite this disappointment, Elizabeth delighted her parents. She demonstrated Anne's fertility and Henry's virility, suggesting a son would soon follow. For 17-year-old Mary, Elizabeth's birth brought humiliation rather than joy. Mary lost her royal status and privileges. Henry stripped away her title and household. Most cruelly, Mary was forced to serve as a lady-in-waiting in her baby sister's household. Relentless pressure mounted on Mary to admit her illegitimacy, recognize Anne as queen, and accept Elizabeth as heir. Mary's situation worsened when her mother died on January 7, 1536 at Kimbolton House. Though supporters suspected poisoning, Catherine had been ill for some time. Until the end, she insisted she remained England's rightful queen. Henry maintained his cruelty toward Mary, even denying her permission to attend her mother's funeral. At court, the king and queen celebrated Catherine's death, proudly displaying the infant Elizabeth. Anne's triumph proved short-lived. Within months, she fell from favor, accused of adultery, incest, and treason. Anne was executed at the Tower of London on May 19, 1536. Henry had already fallen for his next wife, Jane Seymour. They married days after Anne's execution. Mary finally surrendered.
still grieving her mother but desperate to regain her father's love and frightened of his potential actions. She acknowledged Henry as head of the Church of England, and admitted she was an illegitimate child of incest, a decision she regretted for life. The rewards for her sacrifice were minimal. Though allowed back at court, she wasn't restored as heir. Instead, the new Act of Succession stripped the infant Elizabeth of her titles while making any child of Jane Seymour next in line. That child arrived in autumn 1537, Edward, Henry's long-desired son. The new prince was born at Hampton Court Palace, Henry's ever-expanding royal residence. The king was overjoyed, believing all his actions vindicated. His daughters became irrelevant as the court focused entirely on Edward. Ironically, Edward's birth benefited both sisters by removing pressure from them. Their shared illegitimacy and their new brother created common ground, with expectations that neither would become queen. Any competition between them likely dissolved. Elizabeth began receiving education in her own household and later joined her half-brother's household. Mary returned to court, rebuilding her relationship with her father. Queen Jane died shortly after Edward's birth. 3 more wives followed over the next decade, but no additional siblings joined Mary and Elizabeth. For the remainder of their father's life, they shared similar uncertain status. Henry VIII died on January 28, 1537. A revised Act of Succession had passed years earlier, though still officially illegitimate. His daughters were restored to the line of succession after their young brother Edward. Edward ascended the throne as a child, with powerful men serving as regents. These regents pushed England toward Protestant reforms, but Edward himself embraced Protestantism enthusiastically. Despite his youth, Edward gradually asserted himself, becoming increasingly influential despite his age. Edward's reign proved challenging for both sisters. Teenage Elizabeth joined the household of Henry's last wife, Catherine Parr, where historians believe she suffered sexual abuse from Parr's new husband, Thomas Seymour. Mary clashed with Edward's government over religious reforms, refusing new English prayer books while maintaining Catholic traditions in her household. The siblings frequently argued over religion. One particularly heated Christmas dispute ended with both in tears, their religious differences proving unbridgeable. Edward's reign ended prematurely. In early 1553 he fell ill, dying on July 6 at just 15. His government concealed his death for days while implementing a succession plan. Aware that Mary would restore Catholicism, Edward moved to protect his Protestant reforms. Too ill to consult Parliament, he drafted a succession document excluding both sisters. Instead, he named his first cousin, once removed, Lady Jane Grey, conveniently married to his protector's son, as successor. This effectively constituted a Protestant coup. Word of the king's death spread. From her extensive East Anglian estates, Mary began gathering forces. England teetered on the brink of civil war. 3 days before Edward died, Mary was traveling to court to visit her reportedly recovering brother when she received a warning. A plot existed to imprison her so Lady Jane could take the throne. Fortunately, a supporter rode through the night to alert her. Mary immediately changed course, heading to East Anglia, where she held significant estates and could gather substantial support. Mary displayed remarkable determination, viewing this as her divine mission to restore Catholicism. She prepared to fight for her rightful throne if necessary, showing the characteristic Tudor stubbornness. On July 10, Edward's council declared Lady Jane Queen of England. The council appeared advantageously positioned with control of London, the Tower and the Armoury. The Duke of Northumberland began assembling forces to apprehend both Mary and Elizabeth. However, once Northumberland departed, council members began questioning their decision. When Jane was proclaimed queen, London streets remained eerily silent. No cheers greeted the announcement. The public recognized her as a usurper, albeit unwillingly, and wanted Henry VIII's daughter as rightful queen. Civil war never materialized. As Jane waited nervously in the Tower, people throughout England declared loyalty to Mary. Even Northumberland eventually accepted the inevitable. 6 days after leaving London to arrest Mary, he acknowledged her as queen. Mary promptly marched toward London, leaving Elizabeth in a precarious position as her heir, potentially an ally or threat. In early August, Elizabeth met her sister outside London, accompanied by 1,000 horsemen. Her gentlemen wore striking green and white Tudor livery, simultaneously supporting Mary while reminding everyone of Elizabeth's own status and power. Together the sisters entered London. London had prepared for Mary's arrival. Streets were swept clean and buildings decorated with tapestries. Mary entered looking every inch a queen, dressed in purple royal colors and adorned with jewels and pearls. Though naturally shy and awkward, she presented herself magnificently, ensuring everyone understood her central importance. The tall, strikingly beautiful Elizabeth followed her sister. Both shared a keen awareness of their Tudor heritage and legitimacy. This display projected Tudor dynasty strength. Though tensions simmered beneath the surface,
Elizabeth, ever the politician, recognized that supporting her sister best protected her own interests. Mary's coronation on October 1 reflected her intentions, a Catholic service signaling England's return to traditional faith. She moved gradually toward reintroducing Catholic practices, which had been illegal under Edward's reforms. Mary's primary mission was restoring Catholicism, influencing all aspects of her political decisions and foreign policy. She viewed the Protestant era as a temporary deviation requiring correction. Anyone refusing Catholic practices faced punishment. To permanently secure Catholic restoration, Mary needed an heir, requiring a husband. Her choice shocked advisors and citizens alike. Prince Philip of Spain, heir to the Habsburg dynasty ruling much of Europe. They married on July 25, 1554, having met just 2 days earlier. Mary faced difficult options in choosing a husband. Marrying an Englishman would elevate him above other nobles, creating resentment. Marrying a foreign prince risked placing England under foreign control. She chose Philip partly from gratitude for Spanish support during her exclusion from the throne, and partly to recreate her parents' Spanish-English union. Though the marriage treaty severely limited Philip's powers in England, preventing him from making appointments, introducing foreign languages into government, or drawing England into his wars, many feared England would be absorbed into the Spanish Empire, with Philip ultimately taking control. English subjects, particularly the ruling class, strongly opposed foreign influence. The prospect of England becoming subordinate to Catholic Spain and its connections to the Holy Roman Empire proved intolerable. Protestant opposition culminated in a plot to replace Mary with Elizabeth. Led by Sir Thomas Wyatt, thousands gathered to fight for Elizabeth. The rebellion failed when Wyatt's forces were repelled from London by royal troops. The leaders were publicly executed to demonstrate Mary's authority. Though the rebellion only briefly threatened Mary's power, its aftermath endangered Elizabeth. Many suspected her involvement in the plot, believing she at least knew about the plans. Elizabeth faced repeated questioning by the Privy Council while maintaining her innocence. She was imprisoned in the Tower of London, in the same apartments where her mother awaited execution years earlier. Mary's advisors prepared Elizabeth's execution warrant. According to accounts, Mary nearly signed it before experiencing a crisis of conscience, perhaps moved by Elizabeth's plea for mercy, or wishing to avoid further national division. Mary spared her sister. After several months' imprisonment, Elizabeth was released. By late 1554, England had been formally reconciled with Rome. Catholic doctrine returned to churches, religious orders were re-established, and heresy laws allowed for the trial and execution of Protestants. Mary earned her Bloody Mary nickname from the persecution that followed. Though historians debate whether she was more brutal than her contemporaries, the 16th century wasn't known for merciful monarchs, and Mary wasn't unique in executing people for religious beliefs. What distinguished Mary's reign was the intensity of the burnings. Over a few years, 87 men, women and children were burned at the stake. Mary had expected that executing a few prominent Protestants would suffice as examples. Contemporary belief held that allowing heretics to live would damn one's own soul, making these executions a perceived necessity rather than bloodthirstiness. In late 1554, Mary announced her pregnancy. The following spring, she summoned Elizabeth to court to witness the birth. A child who would displace Elizabeth from succession and cement England's Catholic future. Everything seemed to favor Mary. This moment deeply distressed Elizabeth and Protestant supporters, who feared permanent Catholic control of England. However, the pregnancy proved false. After months of waiting, no child arrived. Mary faced the humiliation of admitting she wasn't pregnant despite all of England and Europe awaiting an heir. Mary had never enjoyed good health, suffering from stomach pains, faintness and nausea since childhood. Modern historians suggest she might have had ovarian cancer, explaining the stomach swelling mistaken for pregnancy. The false pregnancy changed everything. Mary's Spanish husband Philip withdrew, leaving England to address other Habsburg Empire crises. He departed in September 1555, returning only briefly months before Mary's death, effectively ending their marriage. Though Mary adored Philip obsessively, he didn't reciprocate her feelings. Finding no child forthcoming, he left England embarrassed and angry, compounding Mary's humiliation. Further setbacks followed. Mary had hoped a Catholic England would rejoin Rome triumphantly. Instead, the country became increasingly isolated. Habsburg conflicts in Italy had made Philip an enemy of Pope Paul I. Mary's dream of England reunited with Rome collapsed. Approaching 40, childless, with an absent husband, Mary faced a grim reality. Protestant Elizabeth would inevitably succeed her, threatening Catholicism once again. Mary's mental and physical health deteriorated. By mid-1558, Mary's illness was widely known, her judgment faltered, and she struggled to accommodate differing viewpoints or manage court factions effectively. The country grew uneasy with their weakening monarch, interpreting her decline as divine judgment. As courtiers recognized the shifting power balance, many began aligning themselves with Elizabeth at Hatfield. Mary witnessed this happening, powerless to prevent it. Just 5 years after her triumphant London entry, Mary died on November 17, 1558, at age 42. Elizabeth, well prepared with her secretary Robert Cecil, implemented succession plans immediately. The transition of power proved the smoothest England had experienced in over a century. Elizabeth would rule for 45 years, rejecting advances from Mary's widower Philip, defeating the Spanish Armada, and presiding over a cultural golden age. Her reign witnessed a printing revolution, cultural transformation, and extraordinary literary flowering, producing Edmund Spenser, Sir Philip Sidney, William Shakespeare, Christopher Marlowe, and John Donne. Unlike Mary, Elizabeth never married. Over time she crafted a unique identity as an unmarried monarch, transforming this potential weakness into a strength. Elizabeth confronted challenges with absolute authority, suggesting she was born for this role. She magnified her image, making it grander and more impressive than any predecessor. Despite apparent differences, Elizabeth inherited much from Mary's groundwork. Mary initiated fiscal reforms, naval development, and exploration initiatives. She encouraged explorers to venture to Russia, the Baltic, and America while supporting northern exploration of northeast passages. Elizabeth built upon Mary's foundations, creating her own distinct legacy. However, she never married or produced children, ending the Tudor dynasty with her death. The crown passed peacefully to her Scottish cousin, James VI, who became the first Stuart King of England. He arranged for the sisters to be buried together in Westminster Abbey. Beyond sharing a tomb, these women shared similar life journeys. Each had been celebrated heirs, each denied by their father, each struggled through a sibling's reign, and each faced the challenge of female leadership in a male-dominated world. Mary first articulated the concept of female sovereignty, describing a queen as mother to the nation, concepts later attributed to Elizabeth. Though not considered exemplary, Mary performed the difficult groundwork of convincing England that queens could rule effectively. She passed legislation establishing that queens possessed the same authority as kings, benefiting Elizabeth, whose power and authority went unquestioned because her sister had already established precedent. Both sisters demonstrated that women could govern as effectively as men, showing equal intelligence and political acumen. Without them, later queens like Victoria and Elizabeth II might never have ruled, as the presumption of female inferiority in monarchy would have persisted. Though we now take female monarchs for granted, this familiarity traces back to groundwork laid nearly 500 years ago by Mary and Elizabeth, two extraordinary sisters who transformed history.
Winter survival tactics of medieval commoners. The harsh winter months presented extraordinary challenges to ordinary people during the Middle Ages. Without modern heating technologies, medieval commoners developed remarkably innovative approaches to survive frigid temperatures. Their methods, refined over generations, demonstrate impressive ingenuity and practical knowledge of natural principles. Common folk typically constructed dwellings partially embedded into the earth, approximately 60 to 90 centimeters deep. This technique, akin to creating a shallow foundation pit, yielded significant thermal benefits. Archaeological research indicates these semi-subterranean structures maintain temperatures approximately 5 to 6 degrees Celsius warmer than surface-level constructions during winter periods. Medieval homes featured exceptionally compact design elements specifically engineered for heat retention. Apertures for light were remarkably diminutive, scarcely larger than a human head, and ceilings were intentionally constructed at minimal heights. These architectural choices served primarily to concentrate warmth within the living space rather than merely reflecting the smaller physical stature of medieval populations. The primary construction technique employed a framework of interwoven branches, wattle covered with a composite mixture of clay, straw, and animal excrement. While this might seem primitive, experimental archaeology has demonstrated that these walls provided thermal insulation, comparable to basic modern construction with conventional fiberglass barriers. The organic components created a remarkably effective thermal envelope. Rather than peripheral fireplaces, medieval dwellings centered around a central hearth. This arrangement served multiple purposes,
food preparation, heating, and social gathering. Archaeological examination reveals these central fire pits could sustain indoor temperatures between 10 to 15 degrees Celsius, even during freezing conditions outside, considerably cool by contemporary standards but sufficiently warm for survival. Every aspect of construction reflected purposeful design decisions. Sleeping zones positioned farthest from drafty areas. Roof angles calibrated for snow shedding without compromising thatch stability. Buildings oriented to maximize solar exposure during daylight hours, controlled smoke circulation that created an insulating layer while simultaneously preserving thatch from biological degradation. Archaeological evidence indicates the smoky environment doubled roof longevity. Seasonal modifications were standard practice, with autumn preparations including renewed daub application, additional thatch layers, and hanging textiles or animal hides as supplementary wall insulation. Medieval communities operated according to extraordinarily precise schedules aligned with environmental conditions. The period between 10 Herod and 14 Herod and termed high sun represented peak temperature hours when communal labor activities were concentrated. Historical records from the 13th century document monetary penalties for individuals who failed to adhere to these collective work periods. Rather than sleeping continuously, medieval people practiced segmented rest patterns. They would initially sleep after sunset, rise for approximately 2 hours around midnight for light activities and socialization, then return to sleep until dawn. Medical text from the 1300s actually promoted this sleep division for health benefits. Meal preparations centered around shared ovens reaching maximum temperature around 11 Herod and archaeological evidence shows these community ovens could accommodate up to 100 bread loaves simultaneously, with the thermal output capable of raising village ambient temperatures by 1 to 2 degrees, effectively combining food production with environmental heating. Afternoon activities transitioned indoors as temperatures declined, with designated cold monitors using empirical methods to determine when outdoor work should cease. Evening community gatherings served both administrative and practical purposes. Collective body heat from assembled villagers could elevate room temperatures by nearly 3 degrees Celsius. Medieval communities created sophisticated subterranean storage chambers, maintaining consistent temperatures around 4 degrees Celsius year-round. Archaeological excavations have uncovered extensive networks of these facilities. One Yorkshire settlement contained over 200 storage pits serving approximately 50 households. These were not merely simple holes but engineered structures featuring multiple compartments for different foodstuffs, drainage systems, airflow channels, and humidity regulation using water-filled clay vessels. Soil analysis indicates these pits maintained relative humidity between 85–95% optimal for long-term vegetable preservation. Root vegetables served as rudimentary temperature indicators within storage facilities. Frost damage signaled insufficient insulation, while premature sprouting indicated ventilation problems. A 13th century manuscript catalogued over 20 vegetable varieties according to their cold sensitivity, creating a primitive but effective monitoring system. Hay served as critical insulation material, applied in strategic layers around food storage areas, creating thermal gradient zones. Each layer reduced temperature fluctuation by approximately 1 degrees Celsius. Archaeological evidence reveals carefully engineered snowpacking methods that could maintain temperatures between 1 to 3 degrees Celsius for weeks after external snow had melted. Detailed manor records describe systematic rotation protocols for stored foods based on temperature variations, with penalties for households that failed to follow prescribed schedules. Communities even designated individuals to sample preserved foods periodically, an unpopular but necessary safety measure. Medieval physicians prescribed specific nutritional regimens for winter survival, recommending daily consumption of 4,000–5,000 calories during coldest periods comparable to modern athletic requirements. Communities relied on preserved foods with extended storage capacity rather than fresh ingredients. The cornerstone of winter nutrition was pottage, a continually simmering stew maintained for days or weeks with regular ingredient additions. Archaeological analysis of cooking vessels reveals evidence of meals sustained for up to 3 weeks with constant heat effectively eliminating harmful bacteria. Manor records document prescribed layering techniques. Root vegetables forming the base for sustained energy, legumes in the middle layer, providing protein, and available grains at the top for immediate energy release. Analysis of preserved residues indicates this approach provided more balanced nutrition than many contemporary diets.
Medieval communities practiced extensive fermentation, grains into ale, fruits into wine, vegetables into preserves. A late 13th century record describes a specialized winter beverage with honey-like consistency containing approximately 400 calories per pint. Laboratory analysis of recreated medieval fermented foods reveals probiotic concentrations up to 10 times greater than modern equivalents. Winter bread production yielded dense, slightly fermented loaves bearing little resemblance to contemporary products. Inefficient milling inadvertently preserved bran and germ components, resulting in bread with fiber content exceeding 3 days of modern dietary intake. Chemical analysis indicates medieval bread provided up to 40% greater nutrient density than modern whole grain varieties. Historical records document precise winter eating schedules, substantial morning meals providing initial warmth, midday replenishment, and smaller evening portions sustaining overnight metabolic heat. Studies indicate this timing aligns remarkably with contemporary chronobiological understanding. Archaeological evidence from the mid-13th century reveals entire families up to 6 individuals sharing wooden platforms covered with straw. Modern analysis suggests these arrangements facilitated survival in otherwise lethal temperatures, with combined body heat raising local temperature by approximately 4°. Medieval sleepers adopted semi-reclined positions rather than lying flat, reducing cold air exposure by approximately 30%. Manor court records document official sleep inspectors who verified efficient bed space utilization during extreme cold periods, with financial penalties for improper arrangements. Archaeological examination reveals sophisticated multi-layered construction, packed straw foundation, seasonally replaced, wool intermediate layer when available, topped with household textiles. These platforms were precisely angled at 15 tut to optimize air circulation while minimizing heat dissipation. Modern thermal analysis demonstrates these structures maintain temperatures up to 6 to 7 °C warmer than flat surfaces. Platforms were positioned exactly 45 centimeters above ground level, with some households constructing them directly above animal enclosures for additional warmth. Family members rotated sleeping positions throughout the night, placing the youngest and eldest in central positions requiring maximum warmth. Contrary to modern hygienic practices, medieval winter garments remained deliberately unwashed to preserve natural lanolin's water-resistant properties. Laboratory testing of preserved textiles demonstrates unwashed wool retained 40% greater water resistance than cleaned versions. Multiple wool layers, each processed differently for specific functions, created trapped air pockets exceeding the insulation properties of modern synthetic materials. Tests indicate typical medieval winter attire could maintain body heat for 6 hours in freezing conditions. Preserved clothing from the 14th century contains evidence of 12 different moss varieties used as insulation, each selected for specific properties, antimicrobial qualities or superior air trapping capacity. Court records document disputes over access to premium moss collection sites, highlighting their vital importance. Clothing received applications of animal fat, typically sheep or deer, creating effective water-repellent barriers lasting up to 4 hours in heavy precipitation. A medieval formula from 125 specifies pine resin and sheep fat proportions nearly identical to modern waterproofing compounds, maintaining effectiveness for approximately 3 months before requiring reapplication. Inner garment layers incorporated nettle fibers, creating moisture-wicking properties, achieving 80% efficiency compared to modern performance fabrics, uncomfortable but effective. Medieval hoods featured adjustable panels modifiable according to wind direction, reducing wind chill effects by up to 60%. Distinctive pointed footwear minimized ground contact, reducing heat loss through feet by approximately 25% compared to conventional medieval footwear. Villagers organized collective clothing production sessions, utilizing the combined body heat from 20-30 participants to warm workspaces. Manor records indicate communities saved 3 weeks' worth of firewood through these strategic gatherings, raising room temperatures by approximately 3°C. Medieval households incorporated animals indoors during winter months. A single cow raised ambient temperature by 1 to 2°C, with typical families housing 3 to 4 bovines plus additional smaller livestock. Research indicates strategic animal placement could increase temperatures by up to 5 to 6°C, with these gains persisting up to 12 hours. Archaeological evidence reveals designated zones for different animals based on heat output. Cows producing maximum warmth, occupied positions near sleeping areas. Pigs, generating approximately half a cow's heat, were stationed near food storage. Even chickens were valued for their ability to warm small spaces. A 13th century record quantifies these relationships. 1 cow equaled 4 sheep or 16 chickens in heating capacity. Calculations modern thermodynamic studies confirm within 5% accuracy. Animals created beneficial microclimates beyond direct heating. Their respiration and body heat generated humidity levels around 60%. Ideal for preventing both freezing conditions and mold growth, while preserving wooden structures and reducing respiratory ailments associated with dry winter air. Archaeological discoveries reveal raised platforms and specialized feeding troughs, positioning animals to optimize heat distribution. One preserved site shows a system directing bovine exhalation toward family sleeping areas. Analysis of airflow patterns in reconstructed buildings indicates these arrangements could increase effective temperature by an additional 1 to 2 degrees. Historical records document community disputes regarding winter animal arrangements, with formal assessments of livestock heating potential based on size, age, and health. Evaluations modern researchers find remarkably consistent with actual thermal output measurements. Medieval households developed composite flooring systems using straw and ash layers that absorbed animal waste while generating supplementary heat through decomposition. Analysis of preserved floor compositions demonstrates this system added approximately 1 trees serve warmth, while producing natural antiseptic compounds that reduce disease transmission. The winter survival strategies employed by medieval commoners reflect sophisticated understanding of natural principles and environmental management developed through generations of observation and refinement. Their integrated approaches to housing, community organization, food preservation, nutrition, sleeping arrangements, clothing, and animal husbandry demonstrate remarkable resourcefulness in addressing extreme conditions without modern technology. Many of these historical techniques incorporated principles only formally recognized by science centuries later, with some aspects such as breathable insulation materials and passive heating systems, achieving efficiencies approaching modern standards. This comprehensive adaptation to winter challenges represents one of the most impressive, if underappreciated, achievements of medieval common folk.
The Untold Story of the Queen Mother, a historical analysis. While the public remembers Elizabeth Bowes-Lyon, known as the Queen Mother, as a cherished figure in British royal history, historical records reveal a more complex personality behind her pleasant public facade. Her reputation as a gentle matriarch concealed a determined and sometimes harsh character, aspects of which even Princess Diana encountered firsthand. Born August 4, 1900, into affluent nobility, Elizabeth grew up as the 9th child among 10 siblings. Her father, enchanted by her innocent appearance, bestowed upon her the middle name Angela. However, this seeming gentleness masked an early sense of superiority. In one revealing childhood incident, after being helped up following a fall, she reportedly rebuked the woman who assisted her, insisting on being addressed as ma'am rather than dearie, even demonstrating how to pronounce it properly by comparing it to spam. Despite her family prioritizing noble connections over scholarly pursuits, Elizabeth displayed considerable intellectual aptitude. Her academic essays impressed her educators and she performed admirably in her standard examinations. However, her sheltered upbringing changed dramatically when World War I erupted on her 14th birthday, as Britain declared war against Germany. Although initially too young for active participation in the war effort, Elizabeth eventually witnessed the conflict's devastating effects firsthand. 4 of her brothers served in combat. Her eldest sibling Fergus perished in battle while another became a prisoner of war. The family transformed their ancestral home, Glamis Castle, into a recovery facility for wounded soldiers, where Elizabeth demonstrated remarkable compassion in caring for injured servicemen. After the war concluded, Prince Albert, King George I's younger son, pursued Elizabeth romantically. Their courtship proved surprisingly challenging. Elizabeth rejected his first proposal in 1921, finding the prince excessively shy and awkward. More significantly, she dreaded surrendering her independence to royal responsibilities, expressing fears about losing the freedom to think and act according to her true beliefs. Prince Albert persisted despite these rejections. When Elizabeth declined his second proposal, the lovesick prince enlisted his mother's assistance. Queen Mary personally met with Elizabeth and was thoroughly impressed, declaring her the only suitable match for Bertie, Albert's family nickname. During this period of indecision, Elizabeth reportedly engaged in flirtations with the prince's aide, James Stuart, and possibly even with Albert's older brother Edward, Prince of Wales. However, Edward, notorious for his romantic adventures, apparently showed no serious interest in Elizabeth. In January 1923, after nearly 2 years of courtship,
Elizabeth finally accepted Albert's third marriage proposal. Their engagement announcement disappointed numerous bachelor admirers throughout England. The couple married in April 1923 at Westminster Abbey. During the ceremony, Elizabeth placed her bridal bouquet on the tomb of the unknown warrior, a touching tribute to her fallen brother Fergus. As Duchess of York, Elizabeth quickly captured public affection. Her feelings toward her husband allegedly deepened only after the births of their daughters, Princess Elizabeth, future Queen Elizabeth II, and Princess Margaret, born 4 years apart. The death of King George V in January 1936 initiated significant dynastic changes. The throne passed to Elizabeth's brother-in-law, Edward, whose hedonistic reputation generated concern regarding his capacity to govern effectively. Within months, Edward abdicated to marry his divorced American companion Wallis Simpson, transferring the crown to Elizabeth's husband, who became King George VI. Contrary to romantic notions about becoming queen, Elizabeth reportedly resented this sudden elevation. She openly displayed animosity toward Wallis Simpson, once notably snubbing her at Balmoral Castle by stating, "I came to dine with the king." Elizabeth consistently referred to Simpson as that woman in private conversations and steadfastly refused to grant her Her Royal Highness title even after Simpson's marriage to Edward. Following their coronation, Elizabeth and King George VI described their royal positions as an unbearable honor that nearly destroyed their personal happiness. During World War II, Elizabeth embodied British resilience alongside her husband. After her mother Lady Strathmore's death, she famously refused evacuation to Canada, declaring, "The children won't leave without me, I won't depart without the king, and the king will never abandon his country." However, her wartime conduct sparked controversy. When visiting bomb-ravaged neighborhoods in London's East End, Elizabeth wore vibrant pastel outfits and elegant jackets. Many residents struggling amid destruction perceived her stylish appearance as disconnected from their suffering. Some crowds expressed their discontent by jeering and throwing objects at her. Remarkably, Elizabeth never comprehended their frustration, believing she should wear her finest attire when meeting her subjects, just as they dressed in their best to see her. When Buckingham Palace itself suffered bombing damage, Elizabeth commented, "I'm pleased we've been bombed, now I can face the East End residents directly." Her influence during this period was so significant that Adolf Hitler allegedly described her as Europe's most dangerous woman. Historical documents suggest Elizabeth harbored anti-Semitic views and advocated for appeasing Hitler before the war began. After World War II ended, Elizabeth embraced a more indulgent lifestyle, hosting lavish gatherings at Windsor Castle, where government officials participated in undignified games throughout the historic residence. She reportedly enjoyed watching Eton schoolboys being pursued by hounds for her entertainment. Despite her refined public persona, Elizabeth consumed considerable quantities of alcohol daily: debonnaire at noon, red wine with lunch, port and martini before evening meals, and champagne during dinner, quantities sufficient to intoxicate much larger individuals. Her composed public demeanor occasionally faltered, revealing less admirable traits. During a 1947 South African tour, she struck an approaching fan forcefully with her umbrella. Multiple accounts describe her disdainful attitude toward commoners, which she justified as patriotism. According to her equerry, she frequently questioned why people offered their babies for her to kiss and mockingly imitated former servants' voices when they visited. Elizabeth opposed democratic elections in India and supported white supremacist governance in Rhodesia. Perhaps most shockingly, she once entered a reception for a Japanese prince loudly repeating a racial slur. King George VI's health deteriorated severely in the early 1950s. After struggling with circulatory problems for years, he received a lung cancer diagnosis in 1951. Despite surgical intervention, he died in February 1952. Elizabeth simultaneously lost her husband and her position as queen consort. Overwhelmed by grief, she retreated to Scotland, vowing to abandon public duties permanently. Only Prime Minister Winston Churchill's persuasion eventually convinced her to resume royal engagements. Elizabeth harbored lasting resentment toward Edward and Wallis Simpson, holding them responsible for her husband's premature death. She believed that without the burden of kingship, Bertie might have enjoyed a longer life. When the couple attempted to attend King George's funeral, Elizabeth refused them entry, barring Albert's own brother from his burial. Notably, she displayed no tears during the funeral service, maintaining her composure as Britain's steadfast symbol of strength. In widowhood, the 51-year-old Elizabeth emphasized her continued importance by requesting her daughter bestow upon her the unprecedented title Queen Elizabeth the Queen Mother, ensuring recognition of her continued royal status. Elizabeth maintained her extravagant habits throughout her later years.
In 1998, newspapers revealed she had accumulated an astonishing £4 million overdraft, indicating excessive spending. Remarkably unfazed, on the very day this information became public, she attended horse races, demonstrating complete indifference to the scandal. She ultimately became one of history's longest-lived royals, celebrating her 100th birthday in 2000 throughout the Commonwealth. For this momentous occasion, she insisted her celebration cake include gin in the icing. During the 1980s marital difficulties between Prince Charles and Princess Diana, Elizabeth developed strong antipathy toward Diana, once remarking, "Though she's quite young, she should have known better." As a traditionalist, Elizabeth believed Diana's actions and public persona damaged the monarchy's reputation. Some conspiracy theories surrounding Diana's death implicated palace involvement, fueled partly by Diana's interview predicting her demise, claims that remain unsubstantiated. Perhaps the most disturbing revelation came in 1987, when investigators discovered that Elizabeth's nieces Catherine and Nerissa Bowes-Lyon, long reported deceased, had actually been confined to a psychiatric institution for decades. With the royal family's knowledge, further investigation revealed these women had developmental disabilities rather than mental illnesses. Critics accused Elizabeth and her relatives of hiding them due to embarrassment and falsifying death certificates. Elizabeth denied knowledge of these circumstances, claiming administrative error, explanations many found unconvincing, especially when she emphasized that the mental weakness originated from the other side of the family. Elizabeth similarly distanced herself from her nephew Timothy, who struggled with alcoholism. She never visited him, and didn't attend his wife's funeral following her suicide after their child's death, a child who was Elizabeth's great niece. Among Elizabeth's significant contributions was supporting her husband through speech therapy for his pronounced stammer, later depicted in the acclaimed film The King's Speech. She possessed remarkable public charisma, once famously extending her hand to shake a stray dog's paw during an official greeting line. Elizabeth rarely spoke publicly throughout her life, earning the nickname the Smiling Duchess for her cheerful yet silent demeanor. She maintained this approach during her husband's reign, considering silence essential to her effectiveness as a royal figure, a strategy she called being completely oyster. Despite her extraordinary longevity, Elizabeth's final period was marked by increasing frailty. Concerned about public perception, she arranged helicopter transportation between residences to avoid being photographed in a wheelchair. She died on March 30, 2002 at her Windsor Castle apartments. True to her attention to image management, Elizabeth's funeral arrangements reflected thoughtful consideration. Her coffin featured a wreath crafted from chamomile grown in her garden, which she specifically instructed be placed on the tomb of the unknown warrior, mirroring her wedding day gesture nearly 8 decades earlier. Elizabeth Bowes-Lyon's life reveals a woman of remarkable complexity beneath her carefully cultivated public image, while maintaining extraordinary popularity throughout her long life. Historical examination suggests a more nuanced personality than her pristine reputation might indicate, a figure whose strengths and weaknesses together created one of the British monarchy's most enduring and influential members.
The reality of peasant life in medieval times. The common portrayal of medieval peasants often depicts them in constant hardship and poverty. However, this perspective deserves deeper examination beyond familiar narratives. While we frequently imagine medieval rural folk consuming soil and insects to survive, historical evidence suggests a more nuanced reality. Their sustenance wasn't elaborate or diverse, but they weren't perpetually facing starvation either. The cornerstone of peasant nutrition was grain products. Vast quantities of bread formed their primary sustenance. Unlike contemporary soft white commercial loaves, peasant bread was coarse, substantial, and produced from regional grains. Common folk primarily consumed rye and barley bread, while wheat varieties remained accessible only to affluent individuals. An average agricultural worker might consume 450–900 grams of bread daily, equivalent to consuming an entire modern loaf individually. Grain-based porridge served as another fundamental component of their diet. This preparation was economical, satisfying, and uncomplicated to produce. Simply combining oats or barley with water created a basic meal. Additional vegetables such as legumes, alliums, and root crops complemented daily consumption. These plant foods typically grew in small cultivated plots adjacent to dwellings. Animal protein wasn't a regular component of peasant meals. Instead, such foods appeared during celebrations or religious observations, perhaps 40 to 50 occasions annually for fortunate individuals. Swine meat was most prevalent, as pigs required minimal resources and could forage independently in woodland areas. Communities near waterways had access to fresh aquatic foods, while inland populations relied heavily on preserved fish, particularly during religious fasting periods when religious regulations prohibited meat consumption. Interestingly, poultry products provided crucial protein when meat wasn't available. Regarding beverages, water sources were often contaminated, making fermented drinks the safer option for everyone, including younger members of households. Historical documentation indicates adult male workers consumed approximately 4 liters of ale daily. Medieval brews contained less alcohol than contemporary versions, though farming with mild intoxication might explain some irregularities in plowed fields. Creating meals in medieval times wasn't a rapid process. Female household members, as cooking was predominantly women's responsibility, might dedicate hours daily to bread production alone, manually grinding grain, preparing dough, allowing fermentation, then baking in shared community ovens or beneath hot embers at home. This contrasts dramatically with our contemporary 2-minute convenience preparations. During abundant harvest years, this nutritional regime provided sufficient energy for intensive physical labor, but a single poor harvest could transform circumstances completely. Crop shortages due to adverse weather or conflict resulted in genuine deprivation. Food security remained perpetually uncertain. Historical accounts describe desperate measures during famines, creating flour from tree bark or boiling leather for sustenance. Seasonal availability dramatically influenced food access. Late winter and early spring created a hunger gap when stored provisions diminished while new crops remained immature. Autumn following harvest brought relative abundance. One traditional celebration involved producing exceptionally large bread loaves after grain harvest, with some reportedly weighing over 18 kilograms. These hearty though monotonous meals sustained agricultural workers through challenging periods and arduous labor. Though their grain-heavy diet might seem unappetizing by modern standards, this straightforward nutrition formed the foundation that maintained medieval society. However, nutrition represented just one aspect of daily survival. Medieval rural dwellings weren't exactly architectural wonders. A typical agricultural worker's home was minuscule by contemporary measurements, usually consisting of 1 or 2 chambers housing entire families. These weren't expansive areas with storage solutions and private bathing facilities. The fundamental structure began with wooden frames constructed from local timber, pine, oak, elm. Any suitable wood served construction purposes. The walls primarily consisted of wattle and daub, essentially woven branches covered with a mixture of mud, plant fibers, animal waste and clay. This combination hardened to provide reasonable insulation against cold winds. Flooring consisted simply of compacted soil. Surface coverings meant scattered vegetation that accumulated various debris, food remnants and animal leavings. These floor coverings changed infrequently, creating distinctive aromatic environments. Roofing utilized bundles of dried plant materials layered and secured together. Well-constructed thatched roofs could endure 2 decades with proper maintenance, though they harbored various creatures including rodents, insects and birds. The roof peak typically featured an opening for smoke ventilation. Heating and cooking centered around an open fire situated in the middle of the main chamber. Most peasant dwellings lacked proper chimneys until the late medieval period. Smoke filled the upper portion of houses before escaping through roof openings or permeating the thatch. Openings for natural light were uncommon luxuries. Most homes had small apertures possibly covered with treated paper, fabric or wooden barriers during inclement weather. Glass windows remained exclusively for religious buildings and wealthy residences. Winter conditions increased overcrowding as animals joined human occupants indoors. Cattle, goats, poultry and swine might share human living quarters. This arrangement wasn't due to particular affection for livestock but practical necessity. Animals generated body heat, warming the dwelling, while simultaneously protecting valuable animals from freezing or theft. Privacy was non-existent in these homes. Complete families slept in single rooms, often sharing large straw-filled bedding. Children might sleep at their parents' feet or on floor surfaces nearby. Parasitic insects were unwelcome but persistent companions. Archaeological studies of preserved medieval dwellings indicate the average peasant residence in England measured approximately 37 square meters, smaller than many modern efficiency apartments. Families of 5 to 8 individuals might occupy this space together. Storage solutions required creativity. Ropes stretched across ceiling beams held drying herbs and preserved meats. Wall-mounted containers held essential implements. Every spatial dimension required functionality with nothing wasted. These modest shelters provided basic protection from elements and predators but required constant maintenance. Financial matters affected medieval rural communities too. Let's examine what a difficult day's labor actually earned for agricultural workers. Most peasants worked the land.
From dawn until dusk they plowed fields, planted crops, harvested grains and tended livestock. The work was physically demanding and continuous, with varying tasks depending on seasons. Spring required plowing and planting, summer brought maintenance activities, autumn marked harvest periods, winter involved repairs, textile production and other indoor tasks. For those not bound to agriculture, alternative occupations existed. Specialized trades like metalworking, woodworking, leather processing and weaving offered options. Women frequently worked as beer producers, bakers, or fiber processors alongside household responsibilities. Children began working around age 7, typically assisting parents or entering apprenticeships. Regarding compensation, a typical unskilled laborer in 1300s England might earn 1 or 2 pennies daily. Skilled workers received more. Carpenters and blacksmiths could command 3 to 4 pennies per day. For context, a single penny then carried significantly more purchasing power than modern equivalents. What could medieval currency purchase? A substantial bread loaf cost approximately half a penny. A chicken cost around 2 pennies. A gallon of common ale sold for roughly 1 penny. Fabric for a basic shirt might require 3 or 4 pennies. Most agricultural workers lived with minimal financial security. One poor harvest or unexpected expense could plunge families into debt or worse. Financial transactions functioned differently then. Physical coins circulated less frequently than expected. Instead, many workers received payment in goods like food, shelter, or land usage rights. A blacksmith might repair a farmer's equipment in exchange for grain. A laborer might work additional days for the estate owner to pay rent on his modest dwelling. The concept of regular wages was still developing. Many peasants existed as serfs, legally tied to the land they worked. They received no salaries but kept portions of their production after submitting required amounts to landowners. This feudal system meant economic circumstances largely depended on birth circumstances. Records from medieval England provide fascinating insights about payment rates. After the plague decimated nearly half the population in the mid-1300s, surviving workers suddenly found themselves highly sought after. Wages increased dramatically, sometimes doubling or tripling. This labor shortage concerned authorities so significantly that England's King Edward III issued wage control legislation in 1351, attempting to freeze compensation at pre-plague levels. Like many wage regulations throughout history, workers developed creative circumventions. Court records show frequent penalties for workers demanding higher payment than legally permitted. One mason in Oxford received excessive wages of 5 pennies daily plus meals, essentially salary with benefits, while their dwellings provided basic shelter and their nutrition sustained minimum requirements. Medieval peasants' earnings offered little opportunity for advancement. Yet surviving on these modest incomes represented just one among many daily challenges. Contrary to popular belief, medieval agricultural workers didn't labor continuously without respite. They actually enjoyed numerous breaks, more than might be expected. The medieval work calendar centered around religious observances. Sundays mandated rest according to ecclesiastical law. Working on holy days risked serious consequences from both spiritual and temporal authorities. This weekly pause allowed peasants to attend religious services, rest physically and spend time with relatives. However, Sundays represented just the beginning. The medieval calendar included numerous religious holidays and saints' commemorations, between 40-50 days annually when work was prohibited. Combined with weekly rest days, medieval workers enjoyed approximately 1 non-working day for every 3 worked. Major religious festivals extended across multiple days. For instance, Christmas celebrations lasted 12 days from December 25th through January 6th. During these periods, regular work activities ceased entirely. How did peasants utilize this free time? Communal drinking featured prominently. Village alehouses functioned as medieval community centers where people gathered to exchange information, perform music, engage in games, and consume substantial quantities of fermented beverages. Medieval drinking songs perhaps represented the original group singing, equally enthusiastic and untrained, but with additional verses regarding cultivation. Physical competitions enjoyed immense popularity. Medieval football bore little resemblance to modern soccer. Instead, it resembled chaotic competitions where entire communities competed to transport objects between landmarks. Imagine a combination of soccer, rugby, and tavern confrontations, without referee intervention but with additional injuries. Without officials and minimal regulations, these matches frequently resulted in fractures and lacerations. Authorities repeatedly attempted to prohibit these activities due to their violence and because they distracted participants from archery practice, which served national defense purposes. Wrestling competitions attracted numerous spectators. Young men demonstrated strength through grappling contests to win minor prizes or community recognition. Records indicate accidental fatalities during these wrestling events weren't unusual. For less aggressive entertainment, peasants enjoyed musical performances and dancing. Professional itinerant musicians were uncommon treats, but many villages had talented locals playing wind instruments, percussion, or stringed instruments. Simple circle dances occurred during festivals with participation spanning generations. Oral storytelling occupied winter evenings. Without electronic entertainment, verbal traditions flourished. Narratives featuring heroes, religious figures, monsters, and supernatural elements passed through generations. The medieval equivalent of streaming services was simply an elder recounting familiar dragon tales repeatedly, without options to advance content. These activities weren't merely entertainment but preserved cultural knowledge and practical wisdom. Interestingly, church records contain complaints about peasants skipping religious services to attend performances or games, suggesting that even with limited options, medieval people still found ways to avoid obligatory activities in favor of enjoyment. Seasonal celebrations marked the calendar. Spring brought maypole dances where villagers decorated tall poles with ribbons while dancing. Midsummer festivities featured large fires that participants jumped across for fortune. Harvest celebrations included agricultural competitions and communal feasts where everyone contributed food. While historians once believed medieval peasants experienced unremitting misery, evidence from legal records, religious complaints, and archaeological findings reveals a different narrative. These individuals worked extraordinarily hard but also celebrated vigorously during leisure periods. These moments of relaxation and celebration helped rural communities manage harsh medieval realities. The ability to periodically escape labor, share happiness with neighbors, and temporarily forget difficulties proved crucial. However, when celebrations concluded, they returned to a world filled with additional challenges requiring different kinds of resilience. Popular imagination often depicts medieval peasants as perpetually filthy individuals who never bathed. Visual media portrays them with decayed teeth and covered in grime. But historical accuracy differs significantly. Medieval communities indeed practiced hygiene. Public bathing establishments existed in towns until the late medieval period. People recognized that cleanliness provided comfort and prevented certain ailments. Many households possessed wooden containers they filled with heated water for washing. During warmer months, natural waterways served as bathing locations. The notion that medieval populations completely avoided water lacks historical foundation. Dental hygiene, while different from modern practices, wasn't entirely neglected. Without manufactured toothbrushes, people cleaned teeth using rough fabrics, sometimes applying mixtures containing herbs, salt, or pulverized charcoal as primitive dentifrice. Herbal mouth rinses using sage and mint freshened breath. These approaches, while imperfect, represented genuine efforts. Nevertheless, health challenges remained abundant. Without modern medicine, minor injuries could become fatal if infected. A simple laceration while farming might lead to septicemia. Improperly set fractures could cause permanent disability. Infectious disease posed the greatest threat. The plague famously killed between 30–60% of Europe's population in the mid-1300s. However, common illnesses claimed even more lives over time. Influenza, typhoid, dysentery, and tuberculosis spread rapidly in congested living conditions. Childbirth carried particular dangers. Many women died during delivery or from subsequent infections. This partly explains high medieval birth rates. Unfortunately, not all children reached maturity. Records from English villages indicate that for every 5 births, only 2 or 3 children might reach age 10. Medical treatments combined practical knowledge with what contemporary science would classify as superstition. Headache remedies might include willow bark tea, containing natural salicylates, alongside wearing specific stones containing no medicinal properties. Surprisingly, some medieval surgeons demonstrated considerable skill. They could repair broken bones, extract bladder calculi, and even perform basic ocular surgery for cataracts. Most procedures occurred without anesthesia, though alcohol or opium derivatives occasionally reduced pain. One common misconception involves medieval life expectancy. Claims that people typically lived only 30 to 40 years are technically accurate but misleading. The average was significantly reduced by extremely high infant and childhood mortality. Those surviving childhood had reasonable chances of reaching 50–60 years. Not dramatically different from more recent pre-antibiotic eras, archaeological evidence from cemetery excavations shows many medieval peasants suffered from degenerative joint diseases, likely resulting from years of intensive physical labor. Dental problems were common too, though not primarily from hygiene deficiencies. Coarse-bred abraded teeth, and without dental interventions, any damage became permanent. The harsh realities of disease, injury, and limited medical knowledge meant medieval peasants faced continuous health challenges, yet even amid these struggles, they contended with additional persistent pressures. Contemporary taxation might seem burdensome, but medieval financial obligations were extraordinary. The medieval taxation system wasn't merely complicated, it systematically extracted maximum resources from those with minimal reserves. Peasants endured constant financial demands. Primary payments went to their lords. Most rural workers didn't own land outright, instead they held it from noble landowners and paid for that privilege through combinations of currency, agricultural products, and manual labor. This wasn't a straightforward regular payment, amounts fluctuated based on harvests, landowners' requirements, or simply aristocratic whim. Religious tithes followed, mandatory 10% contributions of all production, 1/10 of all crops, livestock and goods transferred directly to ecclesiastical authorities. This wasn't optional or deductible. Church representatives actually inspected harvests to ensure complete compliance. Random fees appeared continuously throughout peasants' lives. Using the lord's grain mill required payment. Marriage necessitated fees. Family deaths triggered the harriet, a death tax where landowners claimed a deceased's best animal or implement. Unusual fees originated from peculiar medieval customs. In some regions, peasants paid merchant when daughters married, essentially compensating lords for losing workers. Elsewhere, lords maintained first rights on anything peasants intended to sell. Consequences for non-payment were severe. Defaulters might lose land rights, face compulsory additional labor, or risk imprisonment. Debt wasn't viewed as unfortunate circumstance but moral failing and criminal behavior. Medieval records document creative payment methods when coins were scarce. One Yorkshire peasant satisfied tax obligations with handcrafted arrows. A Normandy family resolved their debt by providing their lord with large cheese annually for 7 consecutive years. Total taxation could prove overwhelming. Studies of medieval English manors suggest peasants might surrender 20 to 30% of all production through various payments. This doesn't appear dramatically different from modern tax rates until considering that medieval peasants already existed at subsistence levels. Every egg collected as taxation meant one less for household consumption. Seasonal payment schedules created additional stress. Most fees became due after harvest when peasants possessed marketable crops. Poor harvests forced impossible choices between taxation compliance and family nourishment. Court documentation reveals sophisticated peasant strategies for managing financial pressures. Some established informal community lending networks, others specialized in craftwork for monetary income. Many negotiated payment arrangements or sought lord's mercy. These financial pressures influenced every aspect of peasant decision-making from crop selection to family planning. Yet despite these hardships, medieval peasants developed methods to endure and occasionally prosper, creating communities and traditions that persisted for centuries, establishing legacies still influencing contemporary society.
Daily cleanliness practices of common folk in medieval times. You might imagine life as a commoner during medieval times was rather foul-smelling. But do you truly comprehend just how unpleasant it actually was? Although sanitation during the Middle Ages pales in comparison to our contemporary standards, this doesn't suggest that personal care was entirely absent. While they lacked modern conveniences like running water, hair products, or professional grooming establishments, ordinary people managed with whatever limited resources were available, which generally wasn't much. If you consider having multiple garments a luxury, you would have fit perfectly into medieval society. Maintaining cleanliness in medieval Europe presented constant difficulties. The abundance of refuse and inadequate waste management systems resulted in widespread illness. Such waste accumulation attracted rodents, insects, and parasites, which in turn spread sickness and occasionally plague. Basic hygiene during this era depended on occasional washing and the use of aromatic plants to repel pests and mask unpleasant smells. If you enjoy tepid baths in scant soiled water, you would appreciate life in medieval times. While nobility could enjoy tubs with heated water and middle-class individuals had access to public bathing facilities, ordinary folk had to manage with considerably less. Since households lacked plumbing, commoners needed to manually transport water from local water sources to their dwellings, making bathing an arduous task. Many people washed themselves using minimal water, typically unheated. Those without suitable indoor spaces bathed outdoors. Given that most commoners performed physical labor throughout the day, bathing helped eliminate dirt and perspiration odor. It also assisted in preventing parasite infestations. Soap wasn't always used, but when available, it often consisted of basic alkaline mixtures like salt combined with lime. Because bathing required significant effort, some individuals simply avoided washing altogether. The fortunate few residing in fortified manors utilized primitive toilets consisting of wooden planks with openings positioned above collection pits. Ordinary folk lacked such amenities. Instead, lower classes used communal outhouses. Those without outhouse access utilized chamber vessels. If even these were unaffordable, simple waste buckets sufficed. People then emptied these containers into nearby collection pits or waterways. Rather than toilet tissue, medieval commoners utilized straw, foliage, moss, or dried grass for personal cleaning. Regarding these collection pits, people deposited not only bodily waste but household garbage as well, intensifying the stench. Someone's occupation involved emptying these foul-smelling pits, but despite their efforts, the pits frequently leaked, contaminating groundwater and soil. Dislike shopping. Medieval commoners rarely owned more than one set of garments. Layering was typical among ordinary folk. Undergarments touching the skin were typically linen, while heavier woolen clothes were worn as outer layers. People understood that washing clothes helped prevent parasites, and etiquette guides recommended changing undergarments daily. For commoners, however, this was rarely feasible. If fortunate enough to possess multiple garments, you might change into fresh clothes weekly while washing your other items. Commoners who couldn't afford professional laundering services washed their own garments in rivers, typically using lye-based cleaners. Unfortunately, medieval waterways were often polluted with human waste, refuse, and animal excrement runoff from streets. For medieval individuals, especially commoners, dealing with parasites was unavoidable. Insects were such a prevalent issue that manufacturers began incorporating finer teeth to help remove dirt and parasites while grooming hair. People often used their fingers for the same purpose and would gather to remove parasites from one another. Strangely enough, these parasite removal gatherings became social occasions for ordinary folk. Despite difficulties, commoners in medieval times attempted to maintain cleanliness. Beyond personal pride, maintaining cleanliness represented proper conduct in their society. Etiquette particularly encouraged washing one's face and hands upon waking and continuing hand washing throughout the day. Even commoners could manage this, as it required minimal water, which they otherwise had to laboriously transport to their homes. Since commoners lacked eating utensils and consumed food with their hands, washing before and after meals was especially crucial. Memory foam mattresses are wonderful, but straw bedding served its purpose too, right? Straw beds provided reasonable comfort and insulation for medieval commoners. Although people occasionally replaced the straw filling, many didn't do so frequently enough. Consequently, insects and vermin attracted to the straw remained for extended periods. Commoners with such mattresses commonly suffered from bedbug infestations. Fleas, lice, and rodents would also inhabit the straw. To combat this, people mixed fragrant flowers and herbs, such as mint, chamomile, and lavender, with the straw. If they could afford it, commoners also used linen sheets and woolen blankets for covering themselves during sleep. Long before modern feminine products, managing menstruation presented obvious challenges for medieval common women. Though historical records are sparse, researchers believe women employed various materials during menstruation. Many likely used torn fabric pieces. Other theories suggest some women wrapped cloth strips around small branches as primitive tampons or collected absorbent moss for use as padding. Quite possibly, some women used nothing and simply bled onto their clothing. Religious authorities stigmatized menstruation, causing many women to conceal it. They may have carried aromatic herbs or flowers to mask any odors. Considering medieval women's shortened lifespans and the harsh existence of common women involving heavy physical work and limited nourishment, they likely experienced fewer menstrual cycles during their brief lives compared to modern women. Without toothbrushes, commoners used twigs for dental cleaning. They particularly favored small branches from hazel trees. Some individuals also rubbed wool pieces across their teeth and rinsed with water. Those who could afford it mixed ingredients like salt and sage to create pastes for breath freshening and teeth whitening. Because their diet contained almost no sugar due to financial constraints, commoners surprisingly suffered fewer cavities. However, the stone ground bread they consumed caused significant tooth wear.
If a commoner's dental hygiene proved insufficient and they developed tooth problems, extraction became necessary. Rather than dentists, barbers performed most dental procedures. Without anesthesia, patients often consumed alcohol before dental work. Who needs proper utensils when you can grab food with unwashed hands and chew with an unclean mouth? Medieval commoners' diets consisted primarily of farm-grown produce, legumes, cereals, vegetables, and onions. Depending on proximity to waste pits or contaminated water sources, the soil used for growing food and water used in meal preparation could be tainted with human or animal waste. Without refrigeration, fresh produce was unavailable during winter. Stored grains and root vegetables could rot or become pest-infested. Fungi could contaminate grains without proper care. People frequently experienced digestive ailments, loose bowels, or other illnesses from spoiled food. Meat remained a luxury many commoners couldn't afford. If they managed to purchase some or slaughter their own animals, they preserved meat with salt to prevent decay. During crop failures or harsh weather, unfortunate commoners faced starvation. Medicine wasn't particularly advanced for medieval commoners or even medieval physicians. Doctors during medieval times embraced humoral theory, connecting bodily organs, seasons, elements, and temperaments. This led to beliefs that illness occurred when the body became imbalanced. They also believed parasites originated within people's bodies, causing these imbalances. Physicians theorized that dietary restrictions such as limiting fruit consumption could prevent the body from producing parasites. They failed to realize that poor waste management and infrequent bathing attracted parasites to certain individuals. Regardless of hand-washing frequency, the lack of understanding regarding connections between filth, infestation, and disease meant nobody was safe from parasites and illness. Mirrors represented luxury items, typically made from lead-backed glass or polished metal, yet provided unclear reflections. Vanity clearly belonged to the wealthy during medieval times. Mirrors were typically small, so many medieval men visited barbers for weekly shaving. Many commoners couldn't afford professional shaving services. Some didn't own mirrors, so many simply remained unshaven, making medieval villages essentially bearded communities. Bacteria surrounded medieval commoners. Living with parasites was so commonplace that people attempted various herbal treatments to eliminate them. Some used common household items such as spreading adhesive on bread slices with candles in the center to attract bedbugs. Other ineffective remedies included removing lice eggs by washing hair with seawater or inhaling lavender. When sticky bread failed, people sometimes used smoke and steam to eliminate so-called toothworms and mites. They burned chamomile seeds and inhaled the smoke or held infected limbs over steaming water. To remove earworms, non-existent parasites widely believed real doctors poured bitter medicines into people's ears. They also applied bitter herbs to eliminate parasites elsewhere. However, these herbs caused severe diarrhea, creating additional problems. If patients vomited or experienced painful bowel movements, doctors often attributed it to supernatural causes.
The working lives of women in medieval society. Many people incorrectly assume that women joining the workforce is a modern phenomenon that began with the Industrial Revolution, continued through world wars, and culminated in the feminist movements of the 1960s. However, historical evidence reveals that females have continuously participated in economic activities throughout human history. The medieval era provides particularly rich insights into the authentic professional roles of women. A medieval English text called Hale Medved describes a woman's domestic duties, attending to a screaming child, monitoring animals, watching bread in the oven, supervising a nursing calf, managing a boiling pot, and listening to her husband's complaints. Yet these household tasks represent only part of a woman's daily responsibilities. Historical records show that medieval women regularly worked outside the home in various occupations. For peasant women, who comprised roughly 80% of the female population, dairy production offered steady employment. Unlike milkmaids who worked in fields among men, gaining questionable reputations, dairy women enjoyed higher status. They typically worked indoors, maintained exceptional cleanliness, and handled valuable food products. A 3088 English law document reveals that female dairy workers earned approximately 6 shillings annually, less than male counterparts but still a legitimate income. The dairy process involved receiving milk from milkmaids, filtering it through cloths to remove impurities, allowing separation of cream, then using the cream for butter production and the remaining milk for cheese making. Butter making required simply agitating cream in a container until it thickened and separated from buttermilk. A straightforward process even for inexperienced workers. Even households with just one cow could produce enough dairy items for home consumption, while those with multiple animals could generate surplus for sale. Cottage cheese production became a profitable small business for many women. The process required minimal ingredients, milk, salt, and an acidic substance, often homemade vinegar or fermented apple juice. Mixing these caused rapid separation of curds from whey. Women then pressed the curds in cloth-lined molds, applying weight to create firmer cheese. Those operating larger dairies managed continuous production cycles, aging some cheeses while selling others at market. Historical documentation frequently mentions women working as professional bakers, either producing entire loaves or operating communal ovens, where neighbors brought prepared dough for baking. This profession fell under guild regulations that controlled bread prices and weights. Breaking these rules carried serious consequences, as demonstrated by London bakers Alice de Brighton and Lucy de Pickering. These women devised a scheme where an accomplice hid beneath their table, creating a small hole through which they stole portions of customers' dough. They combined these stolen bits to create additional loaves for sale. Upon discovery, both women were imprisoned until authorities destroyed their specialized tables. Fire management represented a critical aspect of professional baking. At day's end, bakers used a curfew, from which we derive the modern term, to cover embers, preventing sparks from igniting thatch roofs in densely packed neighborhoods. Brewing remained predominantly female work throughout the medieval period. Most households produced ale for family consumption, but commercial brewing operations were frequently managed by women, called alewives. This profession could generate substantial wealth, attracting participants even from noble families. Like baking, brewing faced strict regulation with penalties for those who reduced ingredient quality. The work involved considerable physical risk, as evidenced by records describing brewery accidents. One account mentions Juliana Deus, whose prosperous brewing business employed several female assistants. Tragedy struck when a brewing maid slipped while carrying malt to a vat of boiling water, falling in and suffering fatal scalding despite rescue attempts. Historical documents reveal urban medieval women working across diverse occupations including carpentry, painting, goldsmithing and blacksmithing. However, fewer women worked in these fields, not from lack of capability but because male-dominated guilds restricted female membership. Nevertheless, women often practiced these trades when continuing the work of deceased male relatives. One notable example comes from London's Greyfriars Church, where a female stonemason named Agnes Ramsay achieved remarkable success. Daughter of master craftsman William Ramsay, Agnes took over the family business after his death in 1349. Her exceptional skill earned her a royal commission from Queen Isabella to create King Edward II's tomb, a contract worth £100, an enormous sum. Records show Agnes working on churches throughout London until her death around 1399. At the Tower of London, records mention female blacksmith including Catherine of Barry, 1300s, and Margaret Nuss, 1400s. Catherine managed the forge after her husband's death while her son fought at the Battle of Crecy in 1346. These women represent just a fraction of the female tradespeople whose contributions remain largely undocumented. The historical invisibility of working women stems from documentation practices rather than absence. Even high-status women like Matilda of Flanders, wife of William the Conqueror, receive minimal mention in historical records. The challenge intensifies when researching common laborers whose contributions went largely unrecorded despite their economic importance. Historical evidence firmly establishes that medieval women actively participated in the economy across diverse fields, from dairy production to baking, brewing, stonemasonry, blacksmithing, and numerous other trades. Women's labor proved essential to medieval society. These hard-working professionals navigated complex social restrictions while contributing vital goods and services to their communities. Whether managing a prosperous dairy business, crafting fine stonework, or forging metal implements, medieval women demonstrated remarkable skill and entrepreneurship. Their largely unheralded contributions formed the backbone of daily life throughout the Middle Ages, challenging our contemporary assumptions about historical gender roles in the workplace.
The diet of a medieval millionaire versus a medieval peasant. The culinary landscape of medieval Europe shared some commonalities with modern eating habits. Available protein sources included beef, pork, lamb, and venison, complemented by seasonal fruits, vegetables, dairy products, eggs, aquatic life, baked goods, and fermented beverages. Affluent households enjoyed imported delicacies like pomegranates, Mediterranean wines, and costly Eastern seasonings including cinnamon and ginger. Sugar, categorized as a spice and imported beginning in the 1100s, commanded extraordinary prices. But what about rural laborers, urban working classes, aristocrats, and royal attendants?
What filled their stomachs? Let us journey back to examine these contrasting culinary experiences. Though be forewarned that tomatoes, potatoes, and chocolate had yet to reach European shores, morning nourishment wasn't established practice until the mid-1200s. Throughout the medieval period, Europeans typically consumed just 2 formal meals daily, regardless of their station, whether tilling fields, practicing crafts, copying manuscripts, or attending court functions. This pattern aligned with Catholic teachings, which promoted moderation and discouraged excess. The primary meal, consumed around late morning, required substantial preparation, especially in wealthy households, and wasn't typically served before midday. By then, half the day's labor had often been completed. A lighter evening repast followed at dusk, approximately 6 to 8 hours later. Late-night feasting with abundant wine faced ecclesiastical disapproval. Medical guidance from John of Milan at the esteemed Salerno Medical School, established 900s, recommended awaken at 5, dine at 9, retire at 9 for extended years. As culinary complexity increased, the main meal shifted later, sometimes past noon, consequently delaying the evening meal until after sunset. This schedule adjustment normalized the practice of consuming a small morning bite to sustain energy until the main meal. For common folk, this early sustenance typically consisted of diluted ale, coarse bread, and perhaps cheese. Preserved fish, smoked trout, salmon, or herring might supplement this fare, establishing the tradition of morning fish consumption that evolved into the British breakfast staple of kippers. Morning eating became associated with laborers who required energy for physical tasks. Similarly, the young, elderly, and unwell increased their morning intake for sustenance. By the late medieval period, physicians still questioned the healthfulness of morning meals, believing proper digestion required approximately 6 hours, followed by elimination before introducing new nourishment. Not until the mid-1500s did medical practitioners reluctantly begin endorsing morning meals. British parliamentarian Sir Thomas Wingfield considered breakfast essential despite ancient medical authorities advising against it. Tudor physician Thomas Cogan concluded that prolonged hunger filled the stomach with harmful elements. Cogan noted that English people commonly ate 3 daily meals, which he deemed acceptable until age 40, after which digestive capacity purportedly diminished. He further observed that a rural labourer's morning fare of brown bread and butter offered superior nutrition to the refined white bread consumed by elites, which caused digestive issues. Noblemen, Cogan reported, preferred beginning their day with wine-soaked toast. Morning alcohol consumption appeared common among wealthy individuals, particularly while travelling. In 1255, King Henry III arranged delivery of 6 enormous casks of wine, approximately 1,500 gallons, to St. Albans Cathedral for morning refreshment during his visit. This ensured quality refreshment for the royal party during their journey, when tavern offerings might prove inconsistent. If the monarch intended to disregard church teachings by having breakfast, he evidently saw no harm in accompanying it with libations. As primary food producers, agricultural workers generally maintained adequate nutrition except during famine periods. Their carbohydrates derived from grains, wheat, rye, oats, and barley, either baked into loaves or brewed into beverages. Cultivated produce included apples, pears, onions, and legumes, while woodlands provided forageable wild fruits and nuts. Urban dwellings often included small garden plots for growing vegetables. Otherwise, food required purchase, challenging for those with limited means. Urban centres like London featured numerous market stalls offering everything from cherries to savoury pastries. Cookshops provided prepared meals for consumption on site or elsewhere. Cattle, sheep, and goats constituted primary protein sources in early 13th century England. Swine proved particularly advantageous to raise, requiring little space and consuming virtually anything. Cattle yielded milk, butter, cheese, and meat. Sheep provided milk, cheese, and wool. Records indicate at least 8 million sheep in 14th century England, based on exported fleece counts. Hard cheeses required soaking before consumption, and when hung above cooking fires, absorbed smoke continuously, preserving them for extended periods. Fresh, soft cheeses appeared only in wealthy households. Domesticated fowl and captured small birds supplemented diets. Wild rabbits, hares, pheasants, and deer provided additional protein when available, though hunting on aristocratic lands carried severe penalties. Religious observance prohibited meat consumption during the 40-day Lenten period, as well as on Wednesdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and before significant holy days. Coastal communities benefited from access to shellfish varieties, including oysters, cockles, mussels, and periwinkles. The 14th century poem Piers Plowman by William Langland
describes a rural labourer's pantry contents: modest dairy products, plain bread, legumes and garden vegetables, but notably lacking preserved meats, eggs or funds for additional provisions. Langland notes that other impoverished individuals lacked even bread or affordable ale during winter months, subsisting on vegetable broth and water. The 13th century English knight and poet Walter of Bibbersworth described an aristocratic banquet featuring abundant bread and wine as foundational elements. The procession of dishes began with garnished boar's head, venison with grain porridge, followed by assorted fowl including cranes, peacocks, swans and domestic birds. Additional courses included sugar-coated rabbit stew, cold chicken with ginger seasoning, sweet meat preparations, ample red and white wines, continued roasts of game birds too numerous to identify individually, meat, jellies and sugar-infused fried dishes. After table clearing, diners enjoyed sugared spice powders, preserved fruits, candied mace, cube, a valued spice, cloves, additional confections, and wafers. This feast represented typical fare only among elite circles, not for common villagers. Medieval Europe didn't merely desire spices, it craved them despite their extraordinary cost. Financial records from the Earl of Oxford's household 1431-32 indicate a whole pig could be purchased for the price of a pound of pepper, the least expensive spice available. The Talbot family of Shropshire consumed 14 pounds of ginger and 17 pounds of pepper annually, plus 17 additional pounds of other spices, including the prohibitively expensive saffron. Several English culinary manuscripts detail extravagant feasts, including those honouring Lord de Grey, various bishops and King Henry IV's coronation. The royal coronation banquet exemplified medieval aristocratic dining with 3 courses comprising 43 distinct dishes. The first course featured large meat joints, pheasants, boar's head, and custard prepared with prunes, dates, and bone marrow. Enormous pies, stuffed young pig, and venison with grain porridge constituted the second course, while the third presented rabbit, partridge, and white soup. Each course concluded with a subtlety, also called entremets, meaning between servings, elaborate edible artwork crafted from marzipan or sugar paste, often representing castles, mythical creatures, or narrative scenes. Such magnificent feasts weren't daily occurrences, but the featured dishes resembled those regularly prepared in aristocratic kitchens. This explains Walter of Bibbersworth's characterization of a lavish banquet as typical for the wealthy. It simply represented their normal fare in greater abundance.
Were medieval peasants essentially enslaved? Calculating the exact number of inhabitants in medieval England presents significant challenges. The Domesday Book, that remarkable record compiled under William of Normandy in 1086, documented extensive details about the realm, but only explicitly mentioned approximately 23,000 individuals. This count excluded crucial demographics: women, children, religious figures, London residents, and certain regions where documentation remained incomplete. Scholars extrapolate from these limited figures to estimate a total population between 2 and 2.5 million people across England during the 11th century. The vast majority of medieval inhabitants, estimates suggest between 90 and 95% resided in rural communities and villages. This left merely 5 to 10% dwelling in the gradually expanding towns and cities. London, while considered substantial for its time, would appear minuscule by contemporary standards. Consequently, the overwhelming proportion of medieval society consisted of peasants. Peasants typically fell into 2 broad categories: the unfree, serfs or those in servitude, and free men. What distinguished a serf from an actual slave? Quite a lot, in fact. While serfs could be transferred between owners, this occurred only as part of land transactions. The manor lord might purchase or sell a land parcel with serfs attached to it, but these individuals maintained certain rights to farm and inhabit that property, rights the lord couldn't arbitrarily revoke. This arrangement resembles modern property investments, where investors acquire buildings with existing tenants who possess legal protections. In contrast, slaves could be bought and sold individually for monetary value, entirely separate from any land considerations. Interestingly, during the Norman period, slavery appears to have significantly declined. Various religious leaders spoke against the practice, with Bishop Anselm notably declaring it improper to trade a person like a common animal. Historical evidence suggests the Normans made considerable efforts to eliminate slave trading practices that had existed in earlier medieval times. A notable slave trading route operated between Bristol and Dublin, the latter established by Vikings specifically as a slave trading port. Bristol, which would later become infamous for its role in the slave trade during later historical periods, already participated in dispatching enslaved people to various destinations during medieval times. The Domesday Book references English individuals classified as slaves, but these represent a small minority. Most agricultural workers were peasants with established rights. The Norman conquest seemingly initiated one of the Western world's earliest slave emancipations, transforming slavery into bonded servitude that granted fundamental rights. A lord faced legal consequences for killing or maiming his serfs but could impose various taxes and obligations. For instance, when a serf died, the lord could claim his finest animal as a death duty, a practice with parallels to inheritance taxes in modern societies. Lords could tax serfs for marriage permissions, and potentially influence whom they married and where they lived afterward. One particularly contentious requirement forced serfs to use the lord's mill for grain processing. While peasants could grind grain at home, the lord's mandate to use his miller's facility generated revenue for him, but caused significant discontent among peasants, as the miller often charged excessive fees. Historical records document a lord being fined 40 shillings, a substantial sum equivalent to thousands in today's currency, for thrashing his serf. During this period, daily wages hovered around 1 penny, making 40 shillings represent months of labor. The Magna Carta explicitly prohibited lords from bringing villains, another term for serfs, to financial ruin by forbidding confiscation of their land or essential tools, a protection similar to modern bankruptcy laws that safeguard a person's means of livelihood. The typical medieval peasant lived within a manor comprising 2 or 3 villages. Families occupied small holdings and answered to a single lord who controlled these settlements. Arrangements varied. Some lords governed fewer villages, others controlled many more. Serfs typically worked 2 to 3 days weekly for their lord, performing required labor, boon work, while free men generally paid rent in currency, though sometimes offered labor instead. Not everyone functioned within the manorial system. Large religious communities employed lay brothers, not ordained clergy but individuals performing physical tasks for religious institutions. Geographically, England was roughly divided by a diagonal line running northwest to southeast. The upper right section, known as the Danelaw, settled by northern European immigrants, followed distinct laws and customs. Interestingly, the Domesday Book records relatively few serfs in the Danelaw region, with most residents classified as freemen who paid rent. Northern areas like Northumberland had unique taxation systems based on ownership of horned animals, a remnant from earlier medieval traditions. In southern Kent, King Edward I, Longshanks or Hammer of the Scots, specifically declared all Kentish residents free, creating entirely different social organizations across various regions. Some historical documents provide extraordinarily detailed accounts of medieval peasant obligations. The Black Book of Peterborough, 11-125-128, required each man to plough 4 acres for spring planting, work 3 days weekly and supply 60 hens and 640 eggs annually. The Knights Templar, who genuinely existed regardless of later legends about holy grails and grand adventures, maintained detailed records specifying that workers must mow 4 days weekly until meadows are cleared and hay transported, carry loads to Gloucester 20 miles from their religious establishment, or wherever the master wishes, and relocate sheep enclosures twice yearly. These obligations were documented with remarkable specificity, with penalties for non-compliance. Notably, as the medieval period progressed, religious orders increasingly preferred monetary payments over labor services. This shift likely reflected the greater flexibility of currency. Money could be transported and utilized across different locations as needed, unlike having individuals committed to specific agricultural tasks at predetermined times. Consequently, the medieval era witnessed a gradual transition from obligatory labor services to monetary payments, even for those classified as unfree. Historical records reveal fascinating social mobility patterns. Some families initially documented as free later became unfree, while others moved from unfree to free status. Apparently, certain lands carried servitude obligations, so individuals might accept lower social standing in exchange for better or more extensive landholdings, and vice versa. The situation proved considerably more complex than simple classifications suggest. Court records show people seeking legal verification of their status, with cases often hinging on whether their father was free or unfree. Matters grew further complicated when free individuals married unfree partners, requiring courts to determine the resulting family status. Social standing mattered significantly to some individuals, though not universally. From the 10th through 12th centuries, courts actively determined who qualified as unfree versus free.
How was freedom or servitude established? One defining criterion was terra ad furcum et flagellum, Latin for land by fork and flail, which scholars believe questioned whether individuals held land through obligatory labor services or through rent payments. Generally, those performing labor services for lords were considered unfree, while rent payers were classified as free. However, most people existed in mixed arrangements, paying some money and performing some tasks, requiring courts to assess degrees of freedom or servitude. Since legal proceedings were expensive, status determinations must have carried significant importance. Motivations likely varied, perhaps social standing, perhaps financial implications, or simply personal identity validation. With limited literacy, many lacked documentation proving their status, thus forks and flails became important legal indicators. How might an unfree person, villain or serf gain freedom? Several pathways existed. Most commonly they paid quit rent to their lord, who then declared them free. Technically, payment had to come through a third party, since serfs theoretically didn't own property, but lords generally welcomed these payments. Some freedom declarations involved elaborate ceremonies with town mayors participating, suggesting significant social importance. People sought freedom perhaps for social status or tax advantages. Alternatively, serfs could escape to towns. The medieval saying "town air sets men free" reflected the practice of fleeing to urban areas and remaining undetected for a year and a day. Lords often sent pursuers to recapture runaways, but rapidly expanding towns frequently protected such individuals, recognizing that new free men strengthened urban power and prosperity. A third option involved joining religious orders. Clergy members operated outside normal social classifications, answering to church authorities and facing church courts rather than secular judgments. For particularly severe offenses, church penalties typically involved isolated monastery confinement rather than execution. Finally, though less documented in medieval manuscripts, military service possibly offered a path to freedom. William Shakespeare's Henry V suggests this connection, with the king promising common soldiers who fight alongside him that they would gentle their condition regardless of how vile their current status. While we lack definitive historical confirmation, this representation from Shakespeare, writing closer to medieval times, suggests that exceptional military service might indeed have provided a pathway from servitude to freedom.
Ancient California vessels, bead currency and oak nuts, majestic peaks, arid regions, expansive waterways and lengthy shorelines with mild weather characterized today's California. The same California existed for indigenous peoples before European arrival. California's diverse geographical features fostered extraordinary cultural diversity. Approximately 100 distinct indigenous groups inhabited the region during initial European contact. Remarkably, despite occupying varied environments across California, many communities relied primarily on one food source, the acorn, available due to the plentiful oak trees throughout the region. Some scholars suggest ancient California represented a paradise where agriculture wasn't necessary. However, this portrayal may be inaccurate. Though farming and pottery were absent, transforming acorns into edible food required substantial labor. Evidence suggests frequent conflicts among indigenous Californians, indicated by numerous injured remains discovered. These communities maintained large populations governed by sophisticated leaders and complex social structures. Many indigenous economies utilized shell beads as money, with extensive trading networks spanning great distances. Ancient California was likely far from the simple, carefree environment some imagined. No evidence exists of pre-Clovis inhabitants in California. Such evidence might lie underwater near coastal areas where early inhabitants traveled by foot or boat. Clovis people represent the earliest confirmed human presence, with few stone artifacts found near coastlines. Most evidence appears in inland areas at scattered, relatively small sites. Only two locations indicate significant Clovis-era activity, near Lakes Borax and Tulare. Lake Borax sits within northwestern coastal California, characterized by mountains, thick woodlands and numerous rivers. The shorelines are rugged with many cliffs and few beaches. Various Clovis fluted points and distinctive crescent-shaped tools have been discovered near Lake Borax. These crescent implements appear throughout western North America but particularly in California, usually near water bodies. Researchers debate their purpose but believe they were likely attached to wooden handles for bird hunting. Possible Clovis-era human remains exist at the Moston site in northwestern California, though their age remains disputed, with most researchers suggesting they're approximately 6,300 years old. Lake Tulare, among western North America's largest freshwater bodies,
lies within the San Joaquin Valley in the southern Central Valley. Several Clovis artifacts have been found on its southwestern shores, considered to have the highest concentration of fluted points in North America. The central coastal region features low-elevation mountains, oak woodlands and mixed shorelines. The southern coast, including offshore islands, consists mainly of a vast coastal plain, oak woodlands and sandy beaches. Multiple Clovis-era locations appear along central and southern California coasts and islands. The culture responsible likely used watercraft and consumed marine resources including shellfish, fish and sea mammals. Much evidence of their activities probably lies underwater, submerged when global sea levels rose after the last ice age. Along central California's coast at Cross Creek, researchers found an extensive shell-midden, discarded shells left by early inhabitants, the largest known along western North America's mainland coast, dating to 10,359,700 years ago. The site also contained grinding tools used for processing food, suggesting small seed utilization occurred much earlier than the generally accepted date of 8,500 years ago. Many archaeologists consider Cross Creek direct evidence of early Americans entering the continent's interior through a coastal route, separate from the inland pathway through Beringia that Clovis ancestors may have followed. At Diablo Canyon, more evidence exists of coastal peoples, with shellfish and fish consumption dating to 9,300–8,900 years ago. South of present-day Santa Barbara, numerous sites show maritime resource usage. Some of the most interesting locations exist on the northern Channel Islands, as these inhabitants required relatively advanced boat technology. The earliest site, Daisy Cave on San Miguel Island, shows human presence dating to 12,000 years ago. Based on discarded shells, human remains found there named Arlington Man date to approximately 9,700 years ago. Archaeologists discovered evidence of extensive fishing, with 18 different fish species harvested, strongly suggesting boat usage. Sandal fragments and cordage made from seagrass found on the island resemble those created by historic indigenous groups like the Chumash, supporting theories that Chumash ancestors inhabited the region since at least the early Holocene period. The Eel Point site on San Clemente Island features a large shell midden dating to about 10,000 years ago. Remarkably, the earliest evidence of boat construction also appears at Eel Point, dating to approximately 8,000 years ago. Along southern California's coast below present-day Los Angeles, early human evidence comes from the Harris site. Similar materials found throughout Southern California belong to the Western stem tradition, as the Holocene period began around 11,700 years ago. With drier, warmer climate, interior California saw Clovis culture transform into the Western stem tradition. These stone implements feature crescents, large stems and specialized points, dating between 10,000 and 9,000 years ago. Toward the Pleistocene's end, many groups extensively used the numerous lakes once present in western North America, utilizing stemmed points and basing their economy on marsh plants, fish, freshwater shellfish and small game. Evidence shows occasional ventures into the Colorado Desert for hunting and seasonal plant gathering. By 8,500 years ago, the interior became drier, and many lakes disappeared except for enduring bodies like Lake Tulare. California's eastern edge features the Sierra Nevada and Cascade mountain ranges. The Sierra Nevada consists primarily of granite with extensive foothills westward and steep slopes eastward. Most rainfall occurs in the foothills and rivers flowing into the Central Valley. The Cascades, though shorter than the Sierra Nevada, have many nearby rivers also flowing into the Central Valley. Little evidence exists of human presence in the Sierra Nevada during late Pleistocene and early Holocene periods. One exception is the Skyrocket site in the Sierra Nevada foothills, 40 miles east of present-day Stockton. The earliest artifacts date to 9,400–9,700 years ago, including stemmed and side-notched points. Numerous grinding tools found represent the earliest known in the region, indicating early Americans shifting away from nomadic Clovis-type lifestyles. During the early Holocene around 9,000 years ago, warming climate permanently altered California's plants and animals, changing human behaviors region-wide. Grinding tools spread throughout the area while stemmed projectile points gave way to side-notch designs. Along Southern California's coast, researchers found scrapers and chopping tools but few stone points or butchered animal remains, indicating a developed gathering economy with declining stone point production and hunting. In Northern California during early Holocene, many stemmed stone points, crescents, blade tools and grinding implements appeared near Lake Barracks. These communities based their economy on hunting, gathering and seed collection. In Southern California, the Encinitas tradition dominated, processing hard seeds while also pursuing hunting, fowling, fishing and coastal shellfish harvesting.
Channel Islands differed significantly from the mainland. On northern Channel Islands, sites dating to 8,600 years ago contained few grinding tools but numerous digging sticks, likely used for harvesting tubers, though marine resources remained the primary focus. San Clemente Island hosted a major settlement between 8,905 and 500 years ago, where 18 large house structures made from whale bones indicate sedentary fishing communities during the early Holocene. Few people inhabited California's interior regions. Areas as vast as the Cascade Range, Sacramento Valley and southern San Joaquin Valley showed minimal occupation. These valleys form the Central Valley, lying between the Sierra Cascade Ranges and coastal mountains, extending approximately 450 miles in length and 40 to 60 miles in width. Rivers from the Cascade Mountains and northern Sierras drain into the Sacramento Valley and southward flowing Sacramento River, while rivers from central and southern Sierra Mountains drain into the San Joaquin Valley and northward flowing San Joaquin River. Around 7,000 years ago, climate began cooling, along with ocean temperatures. During mid-Holocene, mortar and pestle technology appeared across California, used for processing acorns into food. This technology's spread indicates widespread adoption of acorns as a dietary staple for many cultures. Evidence supporting this development includes moderate to severe dental wear on most human remains found in prehistoric California dating after 5,000 years ago. Since stone tools leave tiny particles in processed acorns, these gradually wear down teeth despite being unnoticeable during consumption. Nevertheless, conditions improved, leading to population growth and increased socio-political complexity. Many indigenous Californian economies centered on acorns. California hosted approximately 15 different acorn-producing oak species, while acorns grew abundantly throughout the region and could be easily collected during autumn and stored for later use. Female community members spent considerable time and energy gathering and processing them. Though labor-intensive, processed acorns provided substantial nutrition. Daily acorn processing involved first removing the nut from its shell using a mortar, crushing it into powder, then soaking in water to remove bitter tannins, ultimately producing edible mush or bread consumed alone or with other foods. By approximately 5,000 years ago, sea levels generally stabilized. Sandy beaches formed along California's coast, along with estuaries, mudflats and marshes, making coastal areas more attractive for settlement. Communities could establish themselves in many coastal locations without concerns about flooding and erosion. Despite adopting acorns as a staple, hunting increased and economies became more diversified than ever before. Shellfish gathering and marine mammal hunting grew more common along the coast, while salmon fishing increased on inland rivers. Sites from this period increased dramatically in number and size compared to earlier years. Northern California's dense forests and rugged coastlines made resource harvesting difficult, leading communities to focus on acorns and salmon. Along the central coast during mid-Holocene, mortar and pestle technology saw extensive use as people likely shifted from mobile coastal resource exploitation to more sedentary lifestyles based on acorns and hunting. Where the Sacramento and San Joaquin rivers meet stands western North America's largest marsh system, flowing into San Francisco Bay. In this region around 5,500 years ago, shellfish consumption increased substantially, evidenced by large middens. These sites contain mixtures of shells, ash, rocks, soil, human burials and few artifacts. Some archaeologists theorize these shell mounds weren't simply refuse heaps but possibly monuments serving as tombs, cemeteries and perhaps territorial markers for villages. Between 6,500 5,500 years ago, sites across California decreased dramatically, suggesting population decline during a warming period. Around 5,800 years ago, shellfish species decreased significantly, indicating shrinking bays and estuaries. Several hundred years later, shellfish adapted to sandy beach environments and increased as climate cooled and became wetter. During mid-Holocene along the Santa Barbara coast, human habitation sites increased alongside activity intensity, suggesting population growth. As elsewhere in California, acorns became the primary resource along with fishing. Marine mammals were hunted too, indicating boat construction. Near mid-Holocene's end, around 3,000 years ago, populations along the Santa Barbara coast increased further. Labor specialization developed, particularly regarding acorn and bread production, potentially increasing social complexity. During mid-Holocene in the Sacramento Valley, human activity increased substantially, particularly regarding acorn and salmon consumption. By 5,000 years ago, mortars and pestles either appeared or increased. Around 2,500 years ago, Hokan groups inhabited the northern Sierra Nevada foothills, while Penutian groups expanded into the valley, establishing large villages. Well-preserved burial practices show 85% of graves containing artifacts, with men often buried in different areas within deep graves filled with artifacts. While children and women received such treatment occasionally, warfare appears to have been common, as many remains show cranial and arm fractures, with stone points embedded in bones. Isolated skulls found with remains might represent war trophies. Numerous artifacts made from human bone have also been discovered. During mid-Holocene in the San Joaquin Valley, a diversified lifestyle likely existed. Penutian Yokuts groups probably migrated from the north around 3,500 years ago, replacing Hokan groups or perhaps northern Uto-Aztecan communities, between approximately 5,000–1,500 years ago. During mid-Holocene in the Cascade and northern Sierra regions, existed the Martis complex. These people used basalt for flaked stone tools and grinding implements. Extensive seed processing and gathering occurred in the area. Abstract rock art from the central Sierra region spread during this period. East of the coastal mountains in Southern California lies the vast Colorado Desert, characterized by dryness, low elevation, and sparse vegetation. Mid-Holocene inhabitants were likely diversified hunter-gatherers. The only well-documented site is the Indian Hill Rock Shelter, whose prehistory begins around 4,000 years ago. The shelter contained numerous artifacts and rock-lined storage pits, likely serving as a hunting camp around 3,000 years ago. During late Holocene, acorn utilization intensified further, spreading throughout California. Population growth led to more complex socio-political organizations. Many societies documented by Europeans upon contact likely originated during this period. Several groups developed considerable complexity, with many archaeologists considering them chiefdoms. Large mammals, seeds and shellfish became scarcer while acorns remained abundant, though difficult to process. More labor was required within these large societies to increase caloric access. Across northern California, early-late Holocene, 2,500 years ago, was dominated by a hunting-gathering culture called the Berkeley pattern. Political complexity and population growth increased alongside sophisticated exchange systems. Sedentary villages may have first established along rivers during this period. Around 1,500 years ago, bone arrows appeared, shell beads began serving as currency, and territorial boundaries gained importance. In the San Francisco Bay Area around 2,600 years ago, at the Emeryville Shell Mound, sea otter hunting became economically central, with bows and arrows likely seeing extensive use. During late Holocene along the central coast, acorns terrestrial hunting and fishing grew more important than marine mammal hunting and shellfish harvesting. Around 2,600 years ago, grooved netweights and fishhooks appeared, enabling open water fishing. During late Holocene, the Santa Barbara region became particularly dynamic. Between approximately 2,600–650 years ago, shell bead production for currency increased dramatically, indicating greater socio-political complexity. Around 1,500 years ago, increasingly permanent villages developed, comprising residential and communal structures. By approximately 700 years ago, this became the dominant settlement pattern. Mainland island contact and trade increased after about 1,550 years ago, alongside increased though often non-lethal violence between communities. Around 850 years ago, shell bead manufacturing grew substantially while canoes gained importance. Occupational specialization emerged, and society became more stratified. When Europeans arrived, Chumash people occupied much of the Santa Barbara coast and northern Channel Islands. Researchers believe they may have inhabited the region for at least 9,000 years. At contact, Chumash organized into small but complex chiefdoms, with economies based on shell bead currency and large permanent villages exceeding 1,000 residents. They used plank canoes for commerce between islands and mainland, with elite control of these vessels representing a crucial power aspect. Southern California coastal groups outside the Santa Barbara region likely didn't develop chiefdoms, though their social complexity nonetheless increased over time. Late Holocene trade in Southern California was dynamic, with materials moving between the Southwest and Mojave Desert. A major regional event, including the northern Colorado Desert, was the arrival of Takict groups around 3,500 years ago, likely originating from regions north of present-day Los Angeles. They moved southward, occupying coastal Southern California, the Southern Channel Islands, and northern San Diego County. Takict peoples introduced new lifestyles, approaching burial practices, settlement systems, and economies differently from preceding inhabitants. Marine resource dependency decreased, though fish became more important. In the Sierra Nevada, during late Holocene, acorn usage intensified as elsewhere in California. Populations increased dramatically and corner-notched points appeared. Large permanent villages developed along major rivers. Trade expanded substantially, with obsidian moving westward from eastern Sierras while shells moved eastward from the coast. Around 1500 years ago, warming and drying trends began in the Sierra Nevada. Populations likely declined with mountains used only temporarily. However, about 700 years ago, cooler and wetter conditions returned, bringing permanent mountain settlements exploiting acorn resources. Many large villages appeared along major rivers, with houses built in pits, sometimes grouped in pairs. Numerous burial and cremation sites have been discovered. Upon European contact, these communities began immediate trading, though their populations declined substantially from introduced diseases. Some archaeologists theorize that large complex indigenous groups developed in response to managing extensive European trade goods. During late Holocene in the Central Valley, populations grew and large villages established. Resource use intensified and cultures became more elaborate. In the Sacramento Valley, two groups inhabited large valley floor villages. Their settlements created substantial shell middens and house pits, with economies focusing on acorns and fish. In surrounding mountainous areas lived possible Hokan peoples, in small villages, with less specialized social and economic structures, though still acorn-focused. Overall, acorn and small animal usage increased while large mammal and fish focus decreased, indicating population growth leading to resource competition and reduced mobility, resulting in smaller territorial usage. Many late Holocene burials suggest conflicts over diminishing resources. Though pottery remains rare in prehistoric California, a community in the lower Sacramento Valley produced pottery over an extended period. Their work appears at several sites, termed the Consee-Means brownware tradition by archaeologists. Many large villages established throughout the valley featured elaborate ceremonies and complex exchange-governed economies. Shell bead currency gained usage and socio-political complexity increased. Unfortunately, these developments halted shortly after European contact and subsequent diseases. Around 1500 years ago, the Colorado Desert's population increased. Beginning approximately 1,300 years ago, agricultural groups along the Colorado River began influencing desert communities. After about 1,000 years ago, several cultural elements including pottery, small triangular points, and cremation practices appeared in the Colorado Desert, either through cultural diffusion or migration. Regardless, extensive trade networks developed between Imperial Valley and Colorado River regions. A significant Colorado Desert feature was the periodic formation of an enormous lake. Over the past 15,000 years, the Colorado River occasionally changed course, flowing into Imperial Valley and creating a large lake named Lake Cahuilla by researchers. Once the river re-established its original course, Lake Cahuilla would evaporate and disappear. In recent millennia, Lake Cahuilla appeared and disappeared approximately 3 to 4 times, most recently between 800–500 years ago. Throughout this period, humans adapted to the lake's temporary nature. When present, the lake provided a stable economic foundation, with abundant fish, waterfowl, and marsh plants supporting substantial populations in permanent lakeshore villages and seasonal camps. After lake disappearance, communities might have focused on permanent springs, with economic attention shifting from aquatic to terrestrial resources, increasing surrounding upland utilization, and population movements westward and eastward. Recent excavations and reanalysis suggest seasonal resource use patterns, indicating lakeshore sites may not have been permanently occupied. At European contact, approximately 400 years ago, an estimated 500,000 to 700,000 people inhabited California. Unfortunately, diseases and conflicts with European settlers decimated their populations, with Spanish, Mexican and finally American rule challenging and disrupting their traditional lifestyles.